The flickering flame from the red candle is the only source of light in the dim basement. Red is supposed to be a festive color, but it is especially chilling amidst the howls of despair.
그만, 나가야겠어. 더 이상은 못 버텨.
A man keeps pounding at the locked door again and again. Only when blood oozes from his fingertips, leaving frightening scratches on the door, does he withdraw his hand weakly.
죽기 싫어. 아직 죽고 싶지 않아.
His burning throat has not been quenched for quite some time, and his voice is weak and hoarse. Shortly after, he collapsed in exhaustion. He looks around desperately and meets a pair of dark, lifeless eyes in the corner. The rat has been dead in the trap for a long time. Right now, it is like a silent declaration of what will ultimately happen to the man. Underground bar.
생긴 건 괜찮은데 너무 고분고분한 것보다 좀 더 도도한 게 좋아.
또 이러네. 취향 참 특이하다니까.
뭐 어때? 취향은 자유잖아. 난 저렇게 무심하면서 콧대 높은 남자가 좋으니까 신경 꺼.
In a dimly lit bar, a waiter crouches at a table, placing ice cubes into glasses as two customers chat. Then he carefully hands a glass to each of the customers.
내가 보기에 그쪽 딱 봐도 이런 일 할 사람으로 안 보여요. 분명 돈이 급해서 그렇겠죠. 요즘 세상은 가난하면 아플 수도 없다니까. 자칫하면 사람도 돈도 다 잃는다고요. 그쪽 친구는 운이 좋았죠. 큰 병을 앓아도 당신 같은 귀인을 만났으니까요.
The waiter doesn't answer, smiling shyly instead. Just as the waiter is about to leave, a woman nearby grabs him by the collar.
오늘은 손님도 별로 없어 보이는데 급하게 가지 말고 우리랑 얘기나 해요.
The young waiter is forced to lean over, trying to balance himself on the table. His expression is flustered, but there is a slight tensing of his hand outside the customer's field of vision.
우리가 도와줄 수 있을지도 모르잖아요?
저를요?
그래요. 저한테 좋은 물건이 하나 있는데 한번 볼래요? 거액의 돈을 들여서 약을 사지 않아도 병세가 호전될 수 있어요. 그 친구도 건강해질 거예요. 이것도 인연인데 제가 싸게 드릴게요.
As the man speaks, he takes out a box of drugs with unidentified packaging from his bag. Luke smiles, his timid appearance disappearing as he stands up straight with his hand behind his back.
그거 참 잘 됐네요. 답리로 저도 좋은 걸 보여드릴게요. 이걸 보고 나면 다들 솔직해지더라고요.
Before the two customers can react, Luke subdues the woman in front of him. The man beside her attempts to smash a bottle to attack Luke. But before he can even begin, he feels a sharp pain in his wrist and is kicked to the ground.
너 이 자식!
무릎 꿇고 앉아. 손 머리 위로 올려.
Silver handcuffs cuff the two of them tightly around the arms of the sofa.
제압 완료.
Luke speaks into the hidden earpiece, then picks up the box of drugs on the floor. After careful inspection, Luke frowns before continuing.
우리가 찾는 물건은 아니고 그냥 싸구려 약품인 것 같다. 검사 샘플만 남기고 현지 경찰에 넘기겠다.
경찰도 아니었잖아. 네가 뭔데 쓸데없이 참견하고 난리야. 내가 파는 약도 엄연히 병을 치료하는 물건이야. 이것도 수요가 많다고. 지금 넌 그 환자들의 마지막 희망을 짓밟은 거야. 알아?
The man seems to have a surge of confidence out of the blue, attempting to reason with Luke.
움직이지 마. 당기니까 아프잖아.
닥쳐! 네가 저 녀석을 꼬셔보려고만 하지 않았어도 여기서 잡힐 일은 없었다고! 무심하고 콧대 높은 남자가 좋다며! 지금 잡혀보니까 만족스러워? 좋냐?
They continue to incessantly quarrel. Luke seems somewhat impatient as he takes off his gloves as well as the vest that had been tucked on. Meanwhile, he tosses the earpiece to the ground, stomping it to pieces as he walks over it and puts an end to the comms.
사람들한테 싼 가격에 약을 팔면서 사실은 얘기 안 했겠지? 이게 그렇게 효과가 좋고 부작용도 없다면 당신이 지금 여기 있을 이유가 없잖아.
말했잖아! 난 궁지에 몰린 사람을 도와주려는 거지 큰 돈을 벌려는 게 아니야!
오해한 것 같은데 내 말은
Luke gently subdues the emotional man, forcing him onto his knees once more.
진짜 그런 자원을 손에 넣어서 돈을 벌었다 해도 그 돈을 쓸 수 있는 삶은 없을 거야.
A shiver runs down the man's back. Luke, who notices his team arriving, gets up slowly. He turns on his phone to find a missed call, walks past his team without a word, and leaves the bar. The back door of the bar opens into a hidden alley. Luke leans against the wall, letting out a long sigh. He composes himself before calling back.
미안. 방금 전화를 못 받았네. 이렇게 늦은 밤에 전화를 다 하고 무슨 일 있어? 난 괜찮아.
He casts a wary eye at the end of the alley, his tone as firm as ever.
희철이 형의 의료진들은 모두 전문가잖아. 어떻게 해야 할지는 그분들이 제일 잘할 거야. 걱정하지 마. 방금 쓰레기 청소하느라 숨이 차서 그래. 쉬면 괜찮아져. 내 기억이 맞다면 슬슬 변호사 사무소에 복귀할 때가 된 것 같은데? 그러면 일찍 쉬어. 난 지금 하던 일만 끝내고 갈게. 응? 잘 자.
Just as Luke hangs up the call, a figure slowly approaches with a wry chuckle.
그렇게까지 칭찬해줬는데 감사 인사라도 안 하면 좀 실례인가?
왜 기척도 없이 여기까지 따라왔어요?
어쩔 수 없잖아. 내 의술이 아무리 뛰어나도 중요한 환자가 없으면 쓸모없으니까. 너도 어렴풋이 느꼈을 거야. 이런 쉬운 임무도 몸이 따라주지 않지. 계속 입원 치료를 미루면 어떻게 될지 몰라.
Luke responds to Aaron's rare word of warning with an earnest response.
걱정하지 마요. 다음에 오토바이 태워줄 땐 천천히 운전하겠다고 약속했으니까요. 전 약속 지켜요.
Your residence. You sit restlessly on the sofa, watching the clock tick toward 8. It's usually family time at this time on the weekend. With their viewers already on the decline, TV shows are coming up with catchy gimmicks to get more viewers. Here we go again. The final verdict for a Stelis public hospital nurse charged with murder was not changed to not guilty as the public speculated it might be. In this case, facing off against the prosecution is Arthur Wing. His father is... Why does the media always point fingers at Mr. Wing? After a series of descriptions that sounds like accusations, the newscast cuts back to the courthouse. Ignoring the noisy reporters around him, he walks out of the courthouse unfazed by the verbal abuse and doubts. At this moment, a car sent by Themis law firm arrives. On the screen, Arthur pauses for a moment as he opens the door. But he soon regains his composure, turning slightly to block the cameras as he gets in the car, closing the door behind him. From the video, it looks like Mr. Wing even took a step back. He must have been shocked. The glass windows are tinted with the front and back seats separated, which provides a strong sense of privacy. Strangely, the car idles there for a long time, allowing the reporters to crowd around it.
당신이 왜 여기 있어요?
I was curious about the situation at the scene and wanted to check it out, so I asked Celestine. Artem doesn't question your behavior. Instead, he looks coldly at the crowded chaos outside the car window. The car is heavily soundproof and a slightly awkward silence falls within. Only the occasional sound of friction between the suit jacket and the leather seats can be heard. One more thing. Mr. Wing, the tires have been punctured. The driver is calling the law firm for another car, so it's going to take a while.
네, 알겠어요.
Artem sighs. He seems to be hesitating due to some strange emotion and does not continue speaking. Since the conversation has once again reached an end, you forcibly change the topic to break the silence. Haha, it feels like we're monkeys at the zoo.
저희가요?
Artem turns his head to look at the crowd trying to peer through the tinted windows. A barrage of rapid and rough pounding comes from outside the window, but he shakes his head with ease.
발상을 전환해서 여기가 사파리 관람차라고 상상하면 창밖에 있는 사람이 원숭이로 느껴져요. 안 그런가요?
That makes sense. After observing the monkeys, the awkward atmosphere in the car eases quite a bit. Artem stops watching the people outside pound tirelessly on the car windows and looks towards you.
이번 사건에 대해 묻고 싶은 건가요?
Yeah, I want to know why you suddenly become Harper's defense attorney.
저희가 대립 관계도 아니니 안 될 것도 없죠.
Artem adjusts his posture, revealing a hint of fatigue.
알다시피 미지의 루트로 병원에 유통된 약물을 누군가 고의로 하은설 씨에게 알렸어요. 사건이 터진 후 물건은 이미 아무도 모르게 옮겨졌죠.
So they were prepared.
맞아요. 원용 앞에서 하은설 씨는 체스 말에 불과하죠. 판이 끝나면 버려지는 거고요. 배후에서 상황을 교란시켜 하은설 씨가 억울한 피해를 받지 않도록. 거센 비판에도 전 변호인석에 서서 정의는 흑백 논리가 아니라는 걸 알려줘야 했어요. 게다가 이번 사건의 조사는 아직 끝나지 않았고 하은설 씨의 배후 조종자와 관련됐을 가능성이 있으니까요.
With that, he takes an old talisman out of his pocket. You have seen the pattern on that talisman before. The fortune teller that you and Luke accounted gave out similar talismans. Except you ended up throwing them in the trash. In addition, among the items that Gerard gave Harper for safekeeping was a piece of paper with the same pattern. Wait, Mr. Wing, why do you have this talisman?
헤이슨 사건 피해자의 가족이 제게 줬어요. 이 부적을 받은 사람은 목숨을 잃거나 다친다고 하더라고요. 마치 저주에 걸린 것처럼요.
Curse? Artem fiddles around with the talisman, not caring about its curse. However, it doesn't seem like he wants to pass it on to you. Noticing a car of the same model approaching slowly not far off, he adjusts his suit and turns to you.
매스컴이 절 계속 따라할 거예요. 당신은 여기서 그 사람들이 다 떠날 때까지 기다렸다가 기사님에게 데려다 달라고 하세요.
Without hesitation, he leaves the car before you can react. The reporters swarm like this as they bombard Artem with incessant questions. But Artem ignores all of their questions as if he is walking alone in the wilderness, focusing only on himself. A curse. You know that it's not possible, but at that moment your phone buzzes several times in rapid succession, which catches you off guard. Don't scare yourself. After calming down, you open several messages sent by Kiki. Wow, you're finally coming back to work. I've missed you so much. So many strange things have happened at the firm, like bloody handprints on the glass doors. I'm scared as hell. No, wait, seriously? You reread the messages several times in disbelief before you're convinced he isn't joking. Surprised and still at a loss for words, more message notifications pop up. Keep it to yourself, but I think this strange thing seems to be happening around Mr. Wink. Did you read the office group chat? Mr. Wink seems to be locked up in his office by a mysterious force. He even saw something strange. I wonder if he's okay. Mr. Wink? Themis law firm. It is already late at night by the time you hurry over to the law firm and the office is empty. Panting, you look at your messages which have still received no response, then dial Artem's phone again. The light in Mr. Wing's office is still on. His phone is still busy. You summon the courage to approach the office where strange things are hidden. Taking a deep breath, you push open the doors with all your might. Artem's office. Mr. Wing, are you okay? The office door opens effortlessly, catching you off guard as you stumble forward. You look up to see two people sitting on the sofa just as surprised as you are. They stop talking and look at you.
어머, 이렇게 늦은 시간에.
Celestine looks over at Artem, who looks just as surprised. He seems like he wants to say something but is holding back the words. Since Artem isn't saying anything, she looks at you in puzzlement.
회사에 중요한 거라도 두고 간 거야?
Huh? No, not that. I got worried when I heard Mr. Wing was locked in his office, so I came to check on him. You stutter your way through that sentence. Much to your surprise, Celestine looks smugly at Artem and bursts into laughter.
내 계획이 유치하다고 하더니 이것 봐. 소가나무 같잖아.
Plans, so the rumors in the group chat are fake? Artem nods. Seeing your embarrassment, he maintains his calm composure and takes responsibility for the misunderstanding with ease.
지민 선배 하나도 안 웃겨요. 일하느라 무음으로 둬서 그녀가 보낸 메시지를 못 봤어요.
미안. 갑자기 내 계획에 확신이 생겨버려서 웃어버렸네.
It's fine. Thankfully, it was a false alarm. I'm just relieved to see Mr. Wing is okay. I almost thought it was the curse brought on by the talisman. This is why we all need to trust in science, not wild imagination. You subconsciously look at Artem, who has his head down looking at his phone. There is no distinctive expression on his face, but his posture is much more relaxed than before. Come to think of it, ever since that confrontation at the police station, This is the first time you've articulated your concerns. I thought you're offering an olive branch. Does Mr. Wynn think I'm angry about what happened before? Although it's hard to avoid feeling frustrated, it all seems to fade into insignificance in the face of possible danger. Even though you've been told that it's all a misunderstanding, you still don't feel completely at ease. But what do you mean by plan? Is there something going on at the law firm?
네, 최근에 변호사 사무소, 아니, 정확히 말하자면 제 주변에 일이 생겼어요.
Kiki said bloody handprints were found on glass doors. Is that what you're talking about? Artem nods.
화장실의 휴지도 노잣돈으로 바뀌었고 제 주차 자리에도 이상한 문양이 그려져 있어요.
Symbols? You mean the same symbols on the talisman from before?
달라요. 그리고 그 문양 옆 바닥에 쪽지를 붙여놨더라고요.
이게 그 쪽지야.
Celestine hands you the note which has two lines brightly painted in red. Pass this symbol to any 5 parking spaces with 7 days. Or else, it is followed by a series of harsh words. Oh, what an ancient curse. It feels so historical.
이상한 건 이렇게 터무니없어 보여도 빈틈이 없어. CCTV에도 전혀 찍히지 않았고. 우리 변호사 사무소를 잘 아는 사람이 분명해. 그래서 내부인의 소행이라고 의심하고 있어.
So the plan was for Mr. Wing to pretend to be locked in his office and post it in the group chat to lure the culprit out.
맞아. 궁금하면 요 며칠 동안 은우를 잘 따라다녀봐. 재밌는 광경을 볼지도 몰라.
Something interesting? You can't help but wonder, does this mean you'll get to see Artem scared? Artem meets your gaze and sighs helplessly as if to silently remind you to stop fantasizing. Afterwards, several days go by with nothing strange happening. On Friday night, you and Artem work overtime till late and take the elevator downstairs together. Mr. Wing, do you believe the recent pranks at the law firm have something to do with the owner of that talisman, the fortune teller?
아마 없을 거예요. 부적을 받은 사람의 결말이 좋지 않다고 했지만 지금까지는 목숨을 잃거나 다칠 정도의 장난은 아니었잖아요.
But what if things get worse? I'll go see the fortune teller tomorrow. I've met her before and I know where she sets up her stall. There is a brief silence in the small elevator. An unnatural awkwardness follows, a vague sign that your relationship is not quite back to its original state. Fortunately, even though Artem seems to hesitate, he does not object.
알겠어요. 저도 같이 가요.
Then, tomorrow, at this moment, the elevator stops suddenly on the 14th floor. Is someone from another company also here at this hour? The elevator door opens slowly to show a dark corridor. Nobody is waiting for the elevator, but at the end of a corridor, under the fire exit sign, under the faint green light of the exit sign, a disheveled woman in a white stands with her back towards you, mechanically slamming her head into the wall over and over. Bang, bang, bang. You and Artem freeze in place, not saying anything until the elevator door closes slowly again.
걸려들었네요.
It's really a celestine seed.
진짜로 회사 내부에 스파이가 있다면 소식은 단톡방을 통해서 퍼지겠지. 범인이 소식을 듣는다면 그렇게 원망하는 백은우가 소스라치게 놀라는 모습을 직접 보고 싶을 거야. 심지어는 녹화본을 인터넷에 올려서 화풀이할 수도 있겠지. 뭔가 더 하려고 할수록 꼬리가 잡힐 거고, 그러면 그 사람이 누군지 대충 알 수 있겠지.
As you try to contain your excitement and figure out how to catch him, the elevator continues down and stops at the 13th floor. When the door opens, the same scene unfolds once more. The scene of a disheveled woman in white standing far in the distance, slamming her head into the wall, is still strange. On closer observation, it's easy to tell that her hair is more scattered than before, and her breathing is more chaotic. Did she run down the side stairs while the door was closed? But at this distance, she wouldn't have had time to run over and push the elevator button again. Does she have a partner? It isn't long before the elevator doors close again. Why does she always have her back towards us? She won't be able to see your reaction, let alone record a video.
꼭 그렇지만은 않아요.
Autumn looks up at the surveillance camera in the corner of the elevator. I see. Generally speaking, you can't acquire the surveillance footage in an elevator without a special reason. Unless you're the security guard on duty. Mr. Wing, why don't we act a little more scared later?
왜요?
He could be running away any minute now. If she sees how we're reacting, she might let her guard down. The opportunity to capture her will present itself and we can find out the truth. After all, her pranks aren't very clever, so she should be easily fooled. The elevator doors open again, this time on the 12th floor. A familiar figure appears in the same position. Not having enough time to discuss the details with Artem, you begin your performance. Don't be afraid, Mr. Wing. Don't faint. Take a deep breath and hide behind me. I'll protect you. With that, you stand in front of Artem. To make it more realistic, you speak loudly and back him into a corner of the elevator. Mr. Wing, your turn. Forced into a corner, Artem seems to be at a loss for words.
잠깐 비켜봐요.
You speak first. He clears his throat and finally gives in just before the doors close.
너무 무서워. 정말 너무 무서워서 쳐다볼 용기조차 안 나.
With Artem's cries, the elevator doors gradually close. The performance continues for another 2 floors, despite being mentally prepared. But when the elevator doors open, you are still surprised to see the woman in white standing right there.
들어와요.
The red has yet to fade from his ears completely. Artem doesn't give the person time to react, pulling her into the elevator while you close the elevator doors.
야, 이거 안 놔?
In the struggle, the messy hair of the woman in white slips off and falls to the ground. Ah, Mr. Wing, look, there's something spooky over there. This doesn't look fake at all, so it must be a curse. We're cursed! Atom can't adapt to this sudden change and instinctively moves over to comfort you.
무서워하지 마요.
You shake your head and stand behind him, whispering something to him and motioning for him to follow along.
저도 너무 무서워요.
After saying that, Artem's ears gradually turned red. Through great difficulty, he manages to repeat everything you just told him to see.
살려주세요.
With Arthur's cries, the elevator doors gradually close. The performance continues for another 2 floors, despite being mentally prepared. But when the elevator doors open, you are still surprised to see the woman in white standing right there.
들어와요.
The red has yet to fade from his ears completely. Autumn doesn't give the person time to react, pulling her into the elevator while you close the elevator doors.
야, 이거 안 놔?
In the struggle, the messy hair of the woman in white slips off and falls to the ground. Underground parking lot.
그렇게 보지 마. 나 이런 취향 아니니까.
In the underground parking lot, the man who was pulling the prank throws his white dress angrily on the ground and glares at Artem.
당신을 혼내주려던 것만 아니었어도 이런 꼴은 아니었을 텐데.
저희 구면인가요?
Irritated by Artem's indifferent attitude, the man instantly turns into a blabbermouth.
하, 구면이다 마다. 이유가 어떻든 살인은 살인인데 그딴 사람을 변호하다니. 우소 졸업생은 무슨 우리 미림대학교 학우들의 수치라고.
Just as you're about to say something, Artem shakes his head at you, his expression very calm.
법대 재학생이십니까?
왜? 인맥 총동원해서 나 괴롭히려고? 그런 거라면 실망스러울 텐데. 난 심리학과라 그쪽이랑 전혀 관련이 없다고.
아니면 됐어요.
Artem seems like he doesn't want to waste his breath anymore. After hearing what he said, a question comes to mind. Psychology major at Salus University? Then you must know Bin, Professor Richter, right?
당신들도 윤 교수님을 알아? 하긴 윤 교수님은 워낙 유명하시니까 모르는 게 더 이상하지.
Aren't you afraid we'll complain to him?
겁날 게 뭐 있어. 난 윤 교수님의 수제자야. 수업 시간에 몇 번이나 날 칭찬하셨다고. 이 일을 알게 되시면 분명 내 편을 들어주실걸?
The man snorts smugly.
그리고 윤 교수님은 지금 장기 휴가 중이라 수업도 미뤘는데 이런 사소한 일에 신경이나 쓰실 것 같아? 어? 설마 모르는 거야?
On leave, is it a personal matter he mentioned before?
모릅니다. 안 친해서.
Artem throws the man an indifferent glance, then looks past him at the approaching police cars.
깜빡 잊고 말 못했는데 엘리베이터에서 이미 문자로 경찰에 신고했습니다. 전교생에게 비난받는 걸로 끝날지 경고 처분일지 퇴학 처분일지 최대한 선처를 바란다면 순순히 공범을 말하는 게 좋을 겁니다.
그렇게까지 할 필요 있냐고! 그냥 장난일 뿐인데!
Artem ignores him and turns to look at you.
가요. 집까지 데려다 줄게요.
Sure, if it isn't too much trouble. Shortly after arriving home, Celestine informs you and Artem that the mole was found. It's a security guard in the surveillance room. Because they are related, the security guard did him several favors. Although this incident had nothing to do with the curse of the talisman, it was a satisfactory end to an annoyance. You are shocked by how well things turned out. Brimming with confidence, you are certain that the fortune teller will answer the questions that have been bothering you for a long time. Leisure Park. The next day is Saturday. In the afternoon, you and Artem arrive at a leisure park near the Sally's Public Hospital. Ah, over there! Sure enough, the fortune teller is still in the same place with even more onlookers than before. A man in shabby, simple clothes stands in front of her, almost bent completely over the table. Following the man's feverish, superstitious gaze, the fortune teller is telling the man's fortune.
말을 탄 장님이 한밤중에 깊은 연못가에 있네요. 최근 운세가 좋지 않아서 함부로 행동했다가는 큰 해를 입겠어요.
그럼 어떡하죠? 일이 생기면 안 되는데 그럼 제 아이는 누가?
명심해요. 절대 나서지 말고 가만히 있어야 해요. 모든 희망을 하늘에 걸면 결국 허상만 남아 허무하게 부서지고 말 거예요.
알겠어요. 그럼 제 아이는요? 아이 사주도 부탁드려요.
The fortune teller looks down at the boy beside the man. After a few seconds of silence, she shakes her head.
이 아이 말인가요? 보이지가 않는군요.
어째서죠? 돈이라면 더 드릴 테니까.
돈은 받지 않으니 이걸 가져가도록 해요.
He pulls out a yellow talisman from under the table and hands it to the man. At this point, even knowing that the so-called curse is unfounded, you step forward to slap the talisman away. Don't take it.
아니, 뭐 하는 거예요?
Artem blocks off the man who's about to start yelling. Walking over, Artem places the talisman in his hand on the table, then stares at the fortune teller.
제가 맞다면 이건 아마 당신 것이겠죠. 제 이전 의뢰인에 의하면 아들을 포함해 이 부적을 받은 사람들의 결말이 모두 좋지 않았다고 하더군요. 전 저주 따윈 믿지 않습니다. 지금 뒤에서 무슨 일을 벌이고 있는 거죠?
뭐라고요? 어디 봐요?
The woman elegantly takes the talisman and inspects it.
맞아요. 제 거네요.
The fortune teller folds the talisman in half and swipes it across the attorney's badge on Artem's chest before stuffing it into his shirt pocket. Despite being exposed, her face shows no sign of panic, but she wears an inscrutable smile.
제가 뭘 한 것 같나요?
That's what we want to ask you. Why was there a piece of paper with the exact same pattern as this talisman in the items Gerard Bourne left behind? He went missing a year ago. You must have been involved.
우태양?
The fortune teller gives you a puzzled look, an almost instinctive reaction that doesn't seem fake. Blessings do not come in pairs, and misfortune never comes singly. Before you can ask for clarification, a loud voice comes from outside the crowd.
비켜주세요. 잠시 지나가겠습니다.
What's going on?
경찰이에요. 일단 상황을 지켜보죠.
As the two of you step aside, two police officers stand on each side of the fortune teller. Many passers-by gather around to watch the action unfold, many of them speculating that the fortune teller is a scammer. You initially assume that it is for that reason as well. But in the very next second, a police officer takes out a pair of handcuffs.
나수영 씨, 당신을 살인 혐의로 긴급 체포합니다.
Murder? Felicia Luo does not resist arrest. Her face is expressionless as the police handcuff her. As the crowd grows, the whispers turn into loud conversation. But unexpectedly, while walking past you, she suddenly breaks free and rushes over to grab your arm.
당신 뉴스 봤어요. 나름 유명한 변호사 맞죠?
Her voice is quick and purposeful.
그거 놓으세요.
그 부적은 다음 피해자가 되고 싶지 않다면 저 좀 도와줘요. 도와주세요.
나소영 씨, 협조하시죠.
Even though the police pull her away as soon as possible, those eyes have a burning obsession fixated in your direction.
팔 괜찮아요?
You touch the bruise on your arm, then tuck it behind your back. No worries, it'll fit after a while. More importantly, Mr. Wing, about what happened just now.
저 사람이 말한 대로 하고 싶어요?
Autumn sees through your hesitation immediately and frowns in slight disagreement.
저런 협박은 들을 필요 없어요.
I know, but the quickest way to figure out what she's plotting is to go along with her. After all, this might be a big break in the case. Autumn should understand the advantages and disadvantages. However, he seems to have certain concerns and doesn't fully agree just yet.
일단 이틀 정도 지켜보죠. 우리가 조사하고자 하는 의혹을 차치한다 해도 이 사건 자체는 단순하지 않아요. 정말 필요하다면 나중에 제가 받을게요.
This again. Perhaps in your subconscious, you have been regretting your lack of action at that time. Suddenly, your mind goes back to the final day of Harper's trial when Artem diverted the attention of a crowd of reporters. That day keeps resurfacing in your memory and you can't get over what happened. So this time, maybe you should be the one to take the initiative. You decide to firmly convey your decision and how you feel. Mr. Wing, you just finished Harper's case. Let me handle this one. Regardless of a person's identity, the purpose of defending a client is to clear the innocent and punish the guilty. It's what you have always done, and something I will strive to do. Artem pauses, his own hesitation preventing him from saying anything right away, but he looks down at your arm first.
팔은 냉찜질을 하는 게 좋겠네요. 근처 편의점에서 얼음 좀 사올게요.
To avoid the push and pull from continuing, you pause for a moment, then call out to him. Mr. Wing, my proposal just now, do you agree?
아니요. 당신이 이 사건을 맡기에는 아직 너무 이르다고 생각해요.
But
하지만 저도 반대할 이유는 없죠.
huh? You cannot distinguish happiness or anger in Artem's expression, only a subtle worry.
여기 앉아서 조금만 기다려요. 금방 돌아올게요.
Thank you, Mr. Wing. Your residence. At night, the bruise on your arm doesn't swell up because you iced it in time. You try searching online for the case that the police mentioned when they arrested Felicia Liu that afternoon. After trying different keywords several times, you finally find some detailed information on a local forum. The talisman again? It hasn't been reported on the news yet, but everyone in our neighborhood knows about it. I heard from an older relative that the victim was found in a remote basement with the door locked. What's more bizarre is the manner in which he was found dead, with a talisman stuffed in his mouth. What is Felicia Law after? Within a few short minutes, the post rises in popularity. Even if you can't confirm the authenticity of the information, you still need to see her as soon as possible. Interrogation room. The next day, you notify Arthur where you're going by text, then head over to the detention center to meet Felicia Luo. The information described in the post has been confirmed to be mostly true. The victim had been locked up in the basement for a long time. The exact cause of death is pending the autopsy report. The case is currently under investigation, and the police have yet to acquire conclusive evidence. Besides a talisman belonging to her being found on the victim's body, Felicia Lu was arrested as a suspect because the threats sent by Felicia Luo were found on the cell phone left outside the basement. The victim's name is Brad Grace, her ex-husband. Felicia Luo gave that talisman to a lot of people, so it doesn't prove anything. But that message. Taking advantage of the pause, Felicia Luo walks over casually and sits down opposite you.
오실 줄 알았어요.
You knew, so involving us was part of your plan?
그건 아니에요. 임기응변인 거죠. 당신을 잡은 건 우연히 그 부적이 그 남자 변호사님한테 있어서 그런 거예요. 그분은 두려움에 떨면서 절 찾아오지 않았잖아요. 귀신을 믿지 않거나 본인의 안위를 딱히 신경 쓰지 않는 사람 같아서 그를 찾아가도 별 소용없겠더군요.
After spending the night at the detention center, Felicia Luo shows no sign of fatigue. Instead, she smiles at you.
부적, 저주. 제 이야기가 벌써 여기저기 퍼졌겠네요. 그쪽 동료가 걱정되죠?
I don't believe in those things either. I just want to know the truth.
진실이요? 그건 제일 가치 없는 것이에요. 절 도와주신다면 원하는 대로 다 이뤄질 거예요.
Behind the glass, she speaks mysteriously. Figuring her out only seems more and more difficult. As your attorney, I would like you to tell me everything you know about this case in detail so that I may better help you. First, I need to confirm with you the most important matter. Did you have anything to do with the death of the victim found in the basement?
제가 한 거예요. 경찰에게도 그렇게 말했고요.
Why is she so quick to confess to the murder when she kept quiet about the talisman? Felicia Luo confesses without hesitation, then throws you a disdainful glance, her tone more sarcastic than before.
예상 밖인가요? 제 기억으론 변호사님은 정의의 사도는 아니었잖아요. 선한 사람들 대신 목소리만 낼 뿐이지. 정 못하시겠으면 그냥 그 남자 변호사님이라도 불러줘요. 뉴스 보니 얼마 전 비슷한 사건을 처리한 모양이던데.
No need to trouble him. Not only has Autumn had a lot on his plate, but everyone else in NXX has also been busy with their own things lately. Under these circumstances, you also need to have the courage and ability to stand alone. As long as you're willing to cooperate, I will ensure the maximum protection of your rights within the confines of the law.
그래요? 너무 무리하지 마세요. 묻고 싶은 거 빨리 물어보세요. 시간 없으니까.
A According to the police, the victim is Brad Grace, your ex-husband, right?
맞아요. 그이가 궁금하세요?
Felicia Luo snorts coldly and continues speaking without waiting for your response.
변호사 아가씨도 학벌감 못한다는 말 들어봤죠? 그 사람에게 딱 어울리는 말이에요. 박사학위 있다고 연봉도 높은 회사에서 연구원까지 했지만 평소 일상생활에서는 그이한테 배울 점이라곤 단 하나도 없었어요.
Why do you see that?
왜냐고요? 이유야 많죠.
Her disgust is more evident as the conversation progresses.
나가서 일할 때는 가족은 안중에도 없었고 갑자기 일을 그만둔 뒤론 아무것도 안 하고 빈둥거렸죠. 책임감도 없고 겁도 많은 데다 비겁한 사람이었어요. 평소에 쇼핑하러 가면 점원 태도가 안 좋거나 바가지를 써도 앞에선 말 못하고 돌아서서 화내는 사람들 있잖아요. 근데 그이는 화조차도 못 내고 그냥 받아들이는 사람이었어요. 정말이지. 앞에 나서서 싸우는 건 항상 제 몫이었다고요. 바퀴벌레만 봐도 호들갑을 떨던 사람을 어디에 써먹겠어요?
The more Felicia Luo talks, the more agitated she becomes. She speaks so fast that there is no time for you to interject. She throws a question back at you but seems to be venting her frustrations. You choose to remain silent. According to Felicia Luo, Brad Grace had many flaws. But those seem too trivial to constitute a reason for her to kill him. Felicia Luo, you admitted your involvement in Brad Grace's death. What is your motive for doing so?
동기요? 사실 단순해요. 예전에 그이가 먼저 다가오길래 제가 우리는 어울리지 않는다고 분명히 말했었어요. 그이는 공부만 하는 책벌레였고 저는 이른 나이에 사회생활을 하면서 많은 일들을 겪었거든요. 굳이 말하자면 우리는 완전히 다른 세상 사람이었어요.
Well, then why did you marry him? Was it forced or voluntary?
하고 싶었어요. 이유는 뭐 성실했으니까요. 그게 좋았어요. 그래서 처음에 경고해뒀죠.
Felicia Luo clenches her fist, her nails digging into her palm.
사귈 수는 있지만 만약 날 배신한다면 절대 좋게 끝나진 않을 거라고요. 멍청한 사람이었어요. 저랑 이혼하고 나서 조용히 숨어 살면 괜찮을 거라 생각했으니까요. 하지만 어디 그리 쉽겠어요? 약속을 어긴 대가를 너무 가볍게 생각했고 절 과소평가한 거죠.
Her reasons don't sound particularly strong at first, but they seem reasonable in her vengeful narrative. But an important piece seems to be missing. According to your description, Brad Grace is an extremely timid person. Then why did he suddenly want to divorce you? Did he give you any specific reason?
누가 알겠어요? 저한테 말할 용기조차 없던 사람인데 새로운 사랑이라도 생겼나 보죠. 하지만 이유야 어떻든 전 결과가 중요해요.
Felicia Luo waves her hand coldly, not wanting to continue the topic. Felicia Luo, you might not know. There are even cases where people mistakenly believe they caused the victim's death when in fact someone else was responsible. As your attorney, no matter what you think, I have to ensure you receive a fair sentence. At present, the police have not determined the specific time and cause of Brad Grace's death, but the autopsy report will come out sooner or later. Until then, I would like you to tell me exactly where you've been and, more importantly, what happened when you last saw Brad Grace. Don't worry, there is no audio in the interrogation room, only video. Unexpectedly, Felicia Low listens carefully to what you said. But she soon reverts to her formal indifferent, condescending attitude, not wanting to cooperate with you.
이혼한 뒤로 자취를 감췄어요. 못 본 지 몇 달이나 됐다고요. 전 병원에서 딸아이 간호하면서 가끔 사람들 점이나 봐주며 지냈죠.
He also has a sick daughter. Wasn't Gerard's mother also hospitalized for a long time? Is it a coincidence? But there is a huge hole in Felicia Lu's response. If you haven't seen Brad Chris since the divorce, why did you admit that you had something to do with his death?
제가 범인이니까요.
Isn't that a contradiction? How can you be the killer when you haven't seen him?
안 될 게 뭐 있어요? 현장에 있던 그 부적 잊으셨어요?
Felicia Lu spoke with a faint smile.
저주라는 걸 믿지 않으시는 모양이시군요.
Did you tell the police about the talisman?
맞아요. 하지만 경찰들도 믿지 않더라고요. 만일 제가 아니라면 아무것도 밝혀지지 않은 상황에서 현장에 부적이 있다는 걸 어떻게 알았을까요? 때로는 보이는 대로 믿는 게 나을 때가 있어요.
You can't help frowning. Your intuition tells you that Felicia Lu might not be telling the truth rather than believing in the so-called curse. But at this point, what exactly is she trying to hide? You just said that you've been taking care of your daughter in the hospital. How is she doing? At the mention of her daughter, Felicia Lu's expression softens, her gaze dimming.
좋지 않아요. 다 저 때문이에요. 제가 하늘의 뜻을 거슬러서 지병을 안고 태어난 걸지도 몰라요. 지난달에 상태가 갑자기 악화돼서 언제 무슨 일이 나도 이상하지 않다네요. 지금도 중환자실에 입원해 있고요.
Huh? If that's the case, you are overcome with confusion. Why would Felicia Lu choose this time to take action against Brad Chris? That would leave her daughter uncared for. Or maybe the reason for her revenge is related to her daughter's worsening condition. She seems to know what you're thinking, reverting to her indifferent appearance.
걱정 마요. 간병인을 두었으니. 그리고 제가 없더라도 딸아이를 돌봐줄 사람이 주변에 있어요.
Really? Although she tried to cover it up, it's not hard to see that she really cares about her daughter. What's going on with the talisman at the crime scene? I don't believe in curses. If you really want me to help you, please tell me the truth.
믿든 말든 그건 변호사 아가씨 자유예요.
Felicia Lu fiddles with her nails apathetically.
그 일을 만나기 전부터 이 일을 해왔어요. 점만 볼 수 있을 뿐 아니라 특별한 방법을 통해 운명을 바꿀 수도 있죠. 결혼하고 나서 그만두려 했지만 감히 내 뒤통수를 때렸으니 저도 가만히 있을 순 없죠.
So by that you mean a curse?
맞아요. 아가씨도 그 남자 변호사님이 걱정돼서 절 찾아온 거 아닌가요?
I told you before, I don't...
안 믿는 거 알아요.
She looks intently at you, her eyes filled with mockery mixed with pity.
저주가 뭔지 알아보지도 않았으면서 어떻게 그게 존재하지 않는다고 단정짓죠? 때론 급하게 부정하거나 비판하는 것도 두려움의 표시예요.
It seems she won't say anything about the talisman for now. It's meaningless to ask any more questions.
질문은 거의 끝났죠? 그럼 변호사님도 본분을 다하러 가세요.
Felicia Lowe is in quite the predicament, but she doesn't seem to be in a hurry. Almost as if she expected all this to happen and it was going to turn out the way she wanted.
빨리 빼낼 방법을 찾아줘요. 그렇지 않으면 부적의 비밀도 당신 파트너의 안전도 보장 못해요.
You. At this moment, Captain Morgan knocks on the door and walks into the interrogation room.
변호사님, 취조 시간 끝났습니다. 옆방 대기실에 기다리고 있는 사람이 있으니 가기 전에 뵙고 가세요.
Waiting for me? Entering the waiting room, you spot a familiar figure sitting on the sofa. When you enter, he immediately gets up but maintains an appropriate distance.
어때요? 순조로워요?
You don't know why Artem is here, and there are many reasons that can be used to explain his presence. He is hesitating for only a few seconds. Artem swaps the word before they reach your lips.
저도 이 사건 때문에 왔어요. 나수영 씨가 비아냥거린다던가 협조를 안 한다던가 순조롭지 못하다면 말해도 좋아요. 변호사가 꼭 홀로 싸워야 한다는 법은 없으니까요.
Felicia Lowe's testimony. Testimony from a suspect, Felicia Lowe, who made a statement regarding her relationship with the victim, Brett Grace, as well as her motive, recent whereabouts, her daughter's disease, and the cures of the talismans. Felicia Lowe's testimony 1. Brett Grace. Felicia Lowe's ex-husband had a timid personality. He once worked as a well-paid scientist in a top company. According to Felicia Lowe, she committed a crime to get revenge against Brett Grace for his betrayal. She was fully convinced that Brett Grace was seeing someone else. She believed that is why he abandoned her and asked for a divorce. Felicia Lowe's daughter had been in poor health since she was born, and her health suddenly deteriorated last month. She is currently still in the ICU and is in critical condition. Other than taking care of her daughter in the hospital, the only thing Felicia Lowe does is fortune telling at her stall. She claims that she hasn't seen Brett Grace since the divorce. Felicia Lowe insists that the curse of the talisman is real and that she killed Brett Grace with it. Felicia Lowe's suspicion. A talisman was found on Brett Grace's dead body in the basement. Felicia Lowe once sent text messages filled with death threats to him. Brett Grace's background. Brett Grace had a doctorate degree. He once worked as a well-paid scientist at a top company. Brett Grace's personality. Brett Grace was irresponsible and timid. Whenever he encountered unfair treatment, he chose to forgive and blame his bad luck. Motive for the crime. After their divorce, Felicia Lowe resented Brett Grace for cheating and intended to kill him. Recent whereabouts. Felicia Lowe has not seen Brett Grace after the divorce. Besides fortune telling for others at her stall, the only thing she does is take care of her daughter in the hospital. Gravely ill daughter. Felicia Lowe's daughter has been in poor health since she was born. Recently, her health suddenly deteriorated. She is still in the ICU and is in critical conditions. Valley City Police Department. In the end, you can't pretend like you did in front of Felicia Lowe. Threats aside, you briefly repeat the conversation with Felicia Lowe to Artem. Mr. Wing, it's obvious that Felicia Lowe isn't telling the truth. Many people usually come up with a plausible lie to conceal the truth, but she doesn't even bother to hide it.
완벽하게 계획한 게 아니라서 명백한 허점이 있는 건 아닐까요?
Yeah, putting aside the obvious impossibility of the talisman's curse, her motive doesn't make any sense either. Felicia Lewis said the reason she attacked Brad Reese was that he betrayed her after breaking his promise. That reason alone can be considered a motive, but when you consider other circumstances, it seems a bit far-fetched. Felicia's daughter is seriously ill, and her condition suddenly worsened last month. She is still unstable in the ICU. Based on her reaction, it's clear that she loves and cares deeply for her daughter. If that's the case, why would she leave her daughter, whose condition requires her constant attention, and seek revenge on Brad Reese?
맞아요. 정한성 씨가 이혼 뒤 집을 나간 건 몇 달 전이지만 딸이 위독해진 건 지난달이에요. 나수양 씨가 정말로 복수를 계획했다 하더라도 지금 이 타이밍은 아닐 거예요.
Unless Felicia's motive for the crime is related to her daughter, perhaps there was a dispute over medical expenses. ICU fees aren't cheap, and she would have a hard time paying for them alone, especially with all those miscellaneous expenses.
비용 문제가 나와서 말인데 이것 좀 봐요.
As he spoke, Artem reaches into his briefcase to take out several copies of a property division agreement between Felicia Liu and Brad Reese. According to the agreement, Brad Reese agreed to transfer the two properties under their names over to Felicia Liu. Furthermore, he gave Felicia Liu a large sum of money to cover child support and the medical expenses of their daughter. It seems Brad Reese was left with nothing after the divorce.
네. 그래서 금전적 분쟁은 없었을 거예요. 이 정도 돈이면 당분간 치료비도 충분했을 테니까요.
Strange. Then why?
서두를 것 없어요.
In stark contrast to your anxiety, Artem calmly pours you a glass of water.
여기 오기 전에 미림시 시립병원에 가봤는데 나수양 씨의 딸이 그곳에서 치료를 받고 있더라고요.
Again with the Salis Public Hospital. How's her daughter doing now? Has her condition improved? Artem sighed, shaking his head.
아직이요. 제가 만난 사람은 나수양 씨가 고용한 간병인이었어요. 간병인의 진술도 나수양 씨 진술과 거의 같아요. 자주 병원에서 딸을 간호했는데 세심하고 인내심이 있었다고 해요. 하지만 그 간병인이 조금 이상하게 여겼던 건 나수양 씨가 가끔 전화를 받을 때마다 긴장하고 회피하는 듯한 부자연스러운 모습을 보였다네요.
Since Brad Reese was left with nothing, there is little chance of a financial dispute. Felicia Liu's motive is insufficient and doesn't hold. The most suspicious thing about why she went after Brad Reese would be the phone calls. The phone calls. Did the police check her phone records?
엄 반장님께 물어봤는데 상대가 경계심이 심한 모양이에요. 추적할 수 없게 전부 가상 번호를 사용했대요. 그리고 나수양 씨의 혐의가 워낙 크다 보니 경찰도 다른 사람을 조사하지 않은 것 같고요.
Is that so? As the truth becomes shrouded in mystery once more, you can't help but sigh. But Artem would never be hindered by any obstruction. He gives you some advice in a serious but kind tone.
이 길이 통하지 않는다면 다른 길로 가면 되죠. 가요. 엄 반장님과 함께 사건 현장에서 증거 수집을 할 수 있도록 요청해뒀어요.
Yeah. You pull yourself together at once and follow him outside. Even if you don't know what happened at the strange crime scene, if you're able to figure out what happened, you might uncover the truth that Felicia Liu tried to cover up. Through the impenetrable glass window, Harper looks cautiously at a man that doesn't seem to be a local.
긴장할 필요 없어요. 심리평가는 이미 끝났으니까요.
Hearing this, Hopper let out a sigh of relief. Upon seeing the man remain seated with a smile, she can't help but tense up once more.
더 궁금한 거 있으세요?
정한성이라는 이름을 들어보셨나요?
당연하죠.
Hopper has been in the detention center for some time, which means that she doesn't know about Bradbury's death. Furthermore, she responds to Vince's question almost out of habit.
정한성 씨의 딸은 어릴 때부터 몸이 좋지 않았어요. 거의 병원에서 크다시피 해서 그 부부도 자주 봤죠.
병원 환자들이 하간호사를 높이 평가하더군요. 모두를 잘 보살피는 좋은 간호사라고요. 하간호사 기준에서 정한성 씨가 딸을 어떻게 대한 것 같나요?
윤 선생님이 정한성 씨 딸 이름도 아세요?
네, 인연이 좀 있는 사이라.
Vince speaks in an ambiguous and mild tone. Hopper gets nervous and unconsciously beats her lips.
정한성 씨는 내향적인 사람이에요. 말수도 적고 아내와 딸한테 무척 잘해줬죠. 딱 한 번 사람들 앞에서 불같이 화를 낸 적이 있었는데 그건
그랬죠?
태양이가 몰래 병실에 들어와 정한성 씨 외투에서 돈을 훔친 적이 있거든요. 화가 머리끝까지 났었지만 경찰에 신고는 안 해서 어떤 기록도 남지 않았을 거예요.
알겠습니다. 협조해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Vin nods deep in thought.
가기 전에 묻고 싶은 게 하나 더 있는데 왜 백은우 씨에게 의뢰한 거죠? 재판이 불리해질 거란 걸 알고 있었나요?
Hopper is stunned, not expecting Vin to mention a name that doesn't have anything to do with him. However, her eyes are filled with a puzzled look at the question.
윤 선생님, 만일 제가 그분께 변호를 부탁할 정도로 돈이 많았더라면 밤낮으로 일할 필요도 없었을 거예요. 그때는 백 변호사님이 먼저 찾아오셨어요.
응? 왜죠?
그렇게 하지 않으면 제가 죽을 수도 있다고 하셨어요.
Vin barely makes it a few steps out of the detention center when he is blocked by a male student. The student looks a little disheveled, but is evidently in a good mood.
윤 교수님, 고생 많으셨어요. 저를 위해 여기까지 와주셨네요.
네?
윤 교수님이 아니었다면 전 지금쯤 아직 갇혀 있었을 거예요. 그까지 장난 가지고 거기 변호사들은 죄다 일벌인 거 좋아한다니까요.
전 모르는 일입니다.
Vin, who was forced to stop, interrupts the male student's endless chatter.
볼 일이 있어 오는 길에 들른 겁니다. 이렇게 빨리 나올 수 있었던 건 상대가 추궁할 시간이 없었기 때문이에요. 아니었다면 이렇게 쉽게 풀려나지도 않았을 거고요. 그리고 너무 안심하지는 마세요. 학장님도 아셨으니 퇴학당하지 않기만을 빌어야 할 겁니다.
학장님이라면 윤 교수님이 절 위해 학장님까지 뵈러 가신 건가요?
Faced with a male student whose confidence surpasses that of ordinary people, Vin can't help but give him an incredulous look.
그쪽을 위해서요?
윤 교수님, 저는 알아요. 더 말씀하실 필요 없어요.
Considering that the person is still a student, Vin holds his tongue, then walks quickly to his parking space without saying another word. Seeing this, the male student quickly follows.
윤 교수님, 휴대폰 배터리가 나갔는데 돈도 한 푼 없거든요. 가시는 길에 저 좀 태워주시면 안 될까요?
그쪽으로 안 가요.
네? 아직 어디로 가는지 묻지도 않으셨...
지하철을 타면 어디든 갈 수 있겠죠.
With a cold demeanor, Vin opens the car door and tosses a few coins to him. That should be enough to get him anywhere in Salis.
참, 며칠 전에 테미스 변호사 사무소에서 장난쳤을 때가 몇 살이었죠?
네? 21살이요. 왜 그러세요, 교수님?
알면 됐어요. 창피한 줄 아세요.
With that said, he immediately shuts the door and drives away without looking back. Divorce Property Settlement Agreement. The Property Settlement Agreement signed by Brad Grace reports Felicia Luo. Both parties have now agreed on the divorce property settlement. The agreement is as follows. First, the man's joint share of the two properties registered in the name of both the husband and the wife will belong to the woman. Second, the deposit in the woman's name remains unchanged. The man shall pay a lump sum payment of 1.52 million to the woman for child support and medical expenses. This amount should be paid the next day after this agreement is signed. Third, the other property belonging to each party, such as personal items and jewelry, shall be retained by the original party. Unreasonable time for committing crime. It's been a couple of months since Brad Grace left. It's unreasonable for Felicia Lu to retaliate when her daughter's health is deteriorating and her life is in danger. Huge divorce settlement. After the divorce, Brad Grace put their two properties in Felicia Lu's name and gave her a huge divorce settlement. Brad Grace's body was found in a basement far from residential areas. Although abandoned, many of Brad Grace's personal belongings and signs of him having lived there remain in the basement. That seems to confirm the divorce left him with nothing. In addition, he lost his source of income after quitting his job. All of that left him especially cash-strapped, hence the choice to live here. Captain Morgan, when Brad Grace was discovered, was this place completely sealed?
네. 자물쇠도 경찰이 현장에 도착해서 부순 거예요. 구체적인 사인은 부검 결과를 기다려야 알겠지만 1차 현장 검증 결과로는 이곳에 갇혀 있었던 것 같습니다.
Captain Morgan walks over to you two, waving a document that the police officer in charge of the crime scene had found.
아까 문서 파일에서 찾은 건데 한번 보시죠.
The personal accident insurance policy. According to the insurance policy, the policyholder is Brad Grace and the beneficiary is Felicia Luo.
사례가 포함되어 있어서 사고 사망 시 보험금을 지급받는 일반적인 건강보험과는 다릅니다. 백은우 씨, 지금 의뢰인에게 아주 불리한 상황이에요. 두 분을 믿지만 그래도 한마디 드리겠습니다. 조사는 괜찮지만 사실을 왜곡하려 하지는 말아주세요.
Artem turns his head to look at the dark basement, which exudes a pungent smell and shows evidence of the victim's struggle prior to his death. He nods in response to Captain Morgan's stern warning.
걱정 마세요, 엄반장님. 법 앞에서 목소리를 낼 수 있는 건 증거뿐이니까요. 그 누구도 누명을 쓰지 않도록 하겠습니다. 그녀의 의뢰인인 만큼 더더욱 그럴 일 없을 겁니다.
Captain Morgan sees nothing else and motions for a police officer collecting evidence to follow him. At the bottom of the small window is where the police drew the chalk outline. According to the location, Brad Grace was looking out the window when his life ended. A small window provides a glimpse of the outside world from the basement. Bragg must have tried to escape when his death was near, right? Artem looks at the window contemplating.
나수양 씨를 범인으로 지목한 그 부적은 어디에서 발견된 거죠?
정환성 씨의 기도에서 발견되었습니다.
Same as the rumors. The officer hands you a photo of when they were collecting evidence. Although the talisman was wrinkled and even wet, the characters are barely legible. Mr. Wayne, is it the same talisman?
맞을 거예요. 양식이나 글자가 제가 갖고 있는 것과 비슷해요.
But why would it appear in Bragg's truth? If the killer put it there, doesn't it contradict the fact that Felicia Lowe is the most suspicious? After all, even if she is the beneficiary, she wouldn't be able to get any money.
네. 현재로서는 나수양 씨를 지목할 만한 증거가 충분하지 않아서 자백은 그저 일방적인 주장일 뿐이에요. 그 전화 잊지 마세요. 이 사건에 제3자가 있을 수도 있어요.
Why is there a certificate and a trophy here? In the scattered cardboard boxes, a red certificate resembling an award stands out next to a trophy. Picking it up, it reads organ donor with Bragg as the certificate recipient. Based on the date, it happened recently. Strange, there was so much on his plate. Why did he suddenly want to become an organ donor?
합의서에 의하면 정한성 씨는 생체 신호 모니터링 팔찌도 받았다네요. 아마 이것 때문이 아닐까요?
A monitoring bracelet, one that keeps track of your vital signs?
네. 장기 이식에는 골든 타임이 있어요. 이 팔찌는 착용자의 생체 신호를 상시 확인할 수 있고 착용자가 사망하면 곧바로 관련 기관에 보고돼요. 하지만 보통 독거 노인들이 이런 팔찌를 받아요. 장기 기증과 함께 사후 관리까지 해주길 바라면서요.
I see. Nowadays, there are many lonely deaths that happen in this society. It does help to avoid the possibility of no one knowing that you died. But Bragg was still young. Why would he be thinking about that?
그래서 경찰관님, 사건 현장의 최초 발견자가 장기 기증 기관의 담당자라는 말씀이시죠?
네. 기관 담당자의 신고 전화를 받고 문을 따고 들어온 거예요.
These boxes contain Bragg's personal belongings. There are stars everywhere. This suggests he hadn't opened it himself for a long time. The contents are irrelevant. So he found some discarded papers to hide the mottled walls here. It seems he tried to improve his living conditions here. The daily expenses are recorded meticulously. It seems Bragg was in a worse financial situation than I thought. You didn't pay much attention to the door on your way in. You only noticed the tools scattered near the door, probably from where Bragg tried to pick the lock but failed. Upon closer inspection, you notice obvious signs of struggle with several deep scratches on the door. Officer, where did these marks come from?
정환성 씨가 발견되었을 때 10손가락 모두 끝이 닳아 있었어요. 감정 결과 문에 생긴 흔적 중 일부는 정한성 씨 본인이 긁어서 생긴 것으로 보입니다.
How much strength would that take? Sensing your distress, Arthur walks to the door and deliberately blocks your view.
이 문은 안에서도 밖에서도 잠기는 건가요?
네, 현장은 잠긴 상태로 처음 발견되었어요. 하지만 열쇠는 못 찾았는데 아마 범인이 처리한 듯합니다.
Was the cup shattered by accident when Bradgris drank water from it? You crouch down to look at the shattered fragments. There are no water stains. On the bottom of the cup is red candle wax, which means the cup must have been on the workbench at some point. Given the time span, if the cup had been broken earlier, the water in it would have evaporated long ago. But suppose someone wanted Bradgris to die a slow death in the basement, there's no reason to prepare a cup of water for him, right?
일리가 있네요.
Given Bradgris' state of mind at the time, it's also possible that he broke the cup to vent his emotions. The basement itself was a complete mess, and a broken cup seems unsurprising. On top of the workbench are some burnt candles. The red candle wax covered the table like dried blood, which looks quite disturbing at first glance. 1, 2, 3. There are 7 burnt out red candles in total. The basement should have been abandoned long ago, and no lights were installed. Did Bradgris use these candles to light up the basement?
그럴 수 있다고 봐요. 이런 천은 적어도 6시간 정도는 태울 수 있으니까. 이곳에 갇히면 생체 리듬도 엉망이 되겠지만 공포에 잠식돼서 특히 밤엔 제정신을 유지하기 힘들었을 거예요. 이 가설대로라면 그 천은 아마 하룻밤 동안 내내 타고 있었을지도 모르겠네요.
So 7 candles for 7 days. Autumn nods, pausing for a moment to contemplate.
네, 기억해요? 인간이 물 없이 살 수 있는 시간은 7일이에요.
That means Bradgris died of thirst?
자세한 건 부검 결과를 봐야겠죠. 방금은 저희의 가설일 뿐이고 정한성 씨가 하루에 1개 이상을 태웠을 수도 있으니 심지어 이 초를 조명 대신 썼는지도 아직 미지수예요.
Yeah, you're right. You take one last look at the scarlet remains of the candles. Fear rises in your heart when you think of Felicia Lowe's policeman. You look up at the small window, the only connection to the outside world. Light passes through the iron railings. In the dim basement, it looks unusually gentle yet mocking. Was the window closed when the police arrived?
네, 창문은 밖에서 잠겨 있었어요. 하지만 열려 있었다고 해도 난간 틈이 너무 좁아서 사람이 나갈 수 있을 정도는 아니에요. 게다가 너무 외져서 큰 소리로 구조 요청을 해도 들을 수 있는 사람이 없었을 겁니다.
So the entire basement was sealed off. Wait, it looks like there's an air duct at the top. Does that lead outside?
저희도 처음에 확인했었는데 옆 지하실이랑 연결된 관이에요. 거긴 오래전부터 막혀 있었고요.
경찰관님, 창문이 밖에서 잠겨 있던 거면 자물쇠에 지문이 남아 있었나요?
아무 지문도 발견되지 않았습니다. 누군가가 일부러 지운 것일 수도 있지만 얼마 전에 이 지역에 큰 비가 몇 차례 와서 빗물에 씻겨나간 것일 수도 있어요.
On the shelves are scattered items and books. While rummaging through them, you come across a document with a flower logo under the title. It's the same logo you've seen on Jerome Adams' white coat. Mr. Wing, take a look at this. If I recall correctly, this is the Gladiolus Valley Research Center logo.
네, 맞아요.
Autumn reads over the document again.
약물 연구 데이터에 관한 기록이네요. 자세한 건 전문가가 봐야 알 수 있을 것 같아요.
Pharmaceutical professionals. I remember Felicia Lewis said Frederick Rees was a well-paid researcher at a top company. Could that company be Gladiolus Valley Research Center? Faced with this previously missed information, you immediately consult Captain Morgan, who is talking with the officers present. In the end, you receive an affirmative answer, as expected.
엄반장님, 경찰 측에서는 이 문서를 분석해 봤나요?
아직 그럴 계획은 없어요. 현재 금난 계곡 연구센터를 가리키는 증거가 없습니다. 저희도 정한성 씨 이직 상황에 대해 조사해 봤는데 서로 협의하에 이직을 결심했더군요.
이직한 이유가 뭐였나요?
아픈 딸을 간병하느라 일을 할 수 없다고 한 모양이에요.
알겠습니다.
상황은 대충 아시겠죠? 전 조사해야 할 게 남아서 먼저 가보겠습니다. 변호사님들도 너무 오래 계시지 말고 일찍 들어가세요.
Understood. Sorry for the trouble, Captain Morgan.
별 말씀을요. 저도 진범을 찾아내고 증거를 수집하기 위해서 온 겁니다.
With that, Captain Morgan leaves the basement in a hurry. Afterward, you comb over the crime scene again. As you calm down, that chilling feeling reemerges with renewed clarity. The talisman found in Bright Christmas, 7 burnt out red candles, and the scratch marks on the door. All of this information throws the case into a cloud of confusion that seems to push you further away from the truth.
너무 조급해하지 말고 일단 머리 좀 식혀요.
You take a gummy sweet Artem hands you and unwrap it without looking at the packaging. Is it mint flavored?
아니요, 매콤한 기름 맛이에요.
Huh? What, Miss Wing? Why did you buy such a strange flavor?
얼마 전 직원이 아메리카노보다 잠이 더 잘 깬다고 추천을 해줘서 한번 사봤어요.
Is this really edible? Did you already try it, Miss Wing?
네, 처음엔 맛이 이상하다 싶었는데 먹다 보니 생각보다 괜찮더라고요. 게다가 매운 것도 통증의 일종이잖아요. 자극되는 순간 확실히 잠이 깨서 집중이 돼요. 하지만 사람마다 다르니까 먹기 싫으면 안 먹어도 괜찮아요.
No, I want to try it. With that said, you toss the gummy candy in your mouth and bite into it. Within seconds, a fierce spiciness spreads outward from your tongue, making your nose stink. Mr. Wing, it's so spicy. Tears begin to well up in your eyes. But thanks to this gummy candy, you feel invigorated and energetic. Personal accident insurance policy. The personal accident insurance Brad Grace purchased with Felicia Lowe as a beneficiary and recipient of a huge amount of insurance money. Proposal Brad Grace beneficiary Felicia Lowe insurance money 800,000. Honorary Organ Donation Certificate. The honorary certificate and trophy gifted by the Organ Donation Management Organization. The honorary certificate and trophy obtained by Brad Grace after he signed the organ donor agreement. There is a message on the certificate for the donor. Your selfless dedication will save lives. For your noble act, you have our deepest respect. Broken porcelain cup. Porcelain cup fragments scattered near the workbench. There is a ring of candle wax around the bottom of the broken cup, indicating that the porcelain cup was once placed among the candles on the workbench. Whether there was a liquid such as drinking water in the cup before it was broken remains to be determined. Red candles. Red candles found at the crime scene. They all have sign of being burnt. Each candle doesn't have much wax left. Red candles were originally placed on the workbench at the crime scene. 7 of the candles showed signs of being lit. Each candle can burn for about 6 hours. Pharmaceutical research materials. Internal information belonging to the Gladiolus Valley Research Center. A Gladiolus logo sits next to the title on a page inside the book, symbolizing the Gladiolus Valley Research Center. Among the data recorded is information related to drug research. Only pharmaceutical professionals can understand it. Insurance beneficiary. Felicia Lowe is a beneficiary of the personal accident insurance Brad Grace purchased. Insurance payout coverage. The insurance Brad Grace purchased differs from ordinary health insurance. A huge settlement will be awarded in the event of accidental death, including murder. Talisman from the crime scene. The talisman was found in Brad Grace's throat. Organ donation. Brad Grace recently signed an agreement and became an organ donor. Vital signs monitoring. Brad Grace was wearing a bracelet that could monitor vital signs in real time. When the wearer passes away, the bracelet will instantly inform the relevant organization. Scratches on the door. Brad Grace left a few scratches on the basement door with his hands. His fingers were all bruised to different degrees. Locked secret room. When the police arrived, the basement door was locked. Brad Grace was unable to leave the basement. Burnt candles. There were 7 burnt candles in the basement. Each of them can last for 6 hours. The small window. When the police arrived, the small basement window was locked from the outside. Brad Grace's work. Brad Grace was once a scientist at Gladiolus Valley Research Center. There were no disputes when he left the center. Light basement. The spicy flavor also clears up the convoluted thoughts in your mind. A life was lost here, and the cause cannot be attributed to something like a supernatural curse. No matter how bizarre the circumstances in these basements are, there must be a cause for every effect, as well as a truth waiting to be uncovered. Mr. Wing, is it possible that Brad Grace chose to live in this remote basement because he sensed that his life was in danger? Arthur nods approvingly at the speculation.
네. 그렇지 않았다면 그런 이상한 행동들은 하지 않았을 거예요. 조급해하지 말고 다시 천천히 생각해봐요.
After the divorce, Brad not only purchased personal accident insurance but also agreed to be an organ donor. Given his dire financial situation, there would be no reason for him to do that. These two actions seem to be based on particular presumption that his life could be in danger at any moment.
하지만 지금의 정보로는 나소양 씨의 생각이나 범죄 사실 여부를 떠나서 적어도 정한성 씨 입장에서 나소양 씨는 경계할 대상이 아니에요.
Yeah. According to the divorce agreement, Brad Grease paid Felicia Lure a large sum of money as compensation. Judging from the current situation, it's very likely that cost Brad Grease everything, leaving him with nothing and forcing him to hide in this abandoned basement. If he was guarding against Felicia Luo, there would be no reason to do
맞아요.
this.
강제로 작성한 합의서라고 해도 원한을 품은 건 나수양 씨가 아니라 정한성 씨였을 거예요. 만약 정말 나수양 씨를 원망하거나 경계하고 있었다면 보험 수익자로 적지 않았겠죠.
About that, Mr. Wing, do you think Brad Grease did that to subtly point the finger at Felicia Luo? After all, she would be considered a suspect since the insurance policy could be a possible motive.
이렇게 돌려서 지목할 필요는 없었을 거예요. 정한성 씨 성격상 목숨의 위협을 느꼈다면 바로 경찰에 신고했을 가능성이 높아요. 누가 언제 그를 죽일지 모르는 상황이 아니었다면요.
So, because he was unsure, he got a vital signs bracelet. Based on this line of deduction, the reason why Brad Grease suddenly divorced his wife was to prevent his family from getting involved.
그의 예감이 틀리지 않았네요. 이 지하실은 분명 누군가가 훼손한 흔적이 있어요. 이상하네요.
I know. The oxygen concentration in the basement was already lower than normal, and the doors and windows were always closed. In those circumstances, lighting so many candles, putting aside whether Brad Grease could tolerate it, the low oxygen levels would make it almost impossible for the candles to keep burning.
맞아요. 호흡 곤란이 올 정도는 아니지만 어느 정도 불편했을 거예요. 정한성 씨가 아무리 어둠을 무서워한다 해도 본인의 목숨을 가지고 장난칠 사람은 아니에요.
That leaves only one possibility. The basement already had ventilation problems. The door should have been locked the whole time, or else Brad Grease would have escaped and not left so many scratch marks. That leaves the window. It was blocked by a railing, so Brad Grease was unable to escape through it despite it being open at all times.
그리고 밖에서 잠기는 창문이라 정한성 씨를 제외한 누구라도 언제든지 창문을 잠글 수 있었을 거예요. 경찰이 현장을 발견했을 때 창문이 잠겨 있던 것도 설명되고요.
While some of the questions have been more or less solved, many more remain unanswered. Standing on the chalk outline of where the victim's body was, you look up at a narrow window. From Brad Grease's point of view, he should have looked at this window in the final moments of his life. What was he thinking about? And what is the role and function of the window in this case? Why was it left shut? Mr. Wing, my point of view might not be objective since Felicia Luo is my client. But based on the current situation, I'm inclined to believe that she did not murder Brad Grease.
범행 동기가 충분하지 않아서요?
Right, whether it's the division of assets in the divorce or naming Felicia Luo as the beneficiary in the insurance policy, Brad Grease clearly still had feelings for Felicia Luo. Even if Felicia Luo hated him, she wouldn't abandon her daughter to seek revenge. And she was quick to confess, almost as if she was protecting someone. Artem doesn't confirm or deny your speculations. He crouches down near the chalk outline, deep in thought about where Brad Grease's body was found.
그리고 나수양 씨의 범행 수법도 말이 되지 않아요. 세상에 귀신의 저주 같은 건 없어요. 꿍꿍이를 품은 사람들만 가득할 뿐이죠.
And the talisman found in his mouth. Artem stands up, his eyes still focused on the chalk outline. Whatever the truth may be, one thing is clear. Behind everything, there was a long and painful struggle.
부적은 여러 가지 해석이 있을 수 있어요. 기억나요? 전에 정한성 씨의 사인을 탈수라고 추측했던 거요. 사람은 죽음에 임박하면 환각이 생길 수 있어요. 이때 손에 잡히는 게 뭐든 갈증을 해소할 수 있는 것이라고 착각하기 쉽죠.
That makes sense.
아니에요. 그저 가벼운 추측이죠. 기억해요. 변호사로서 우리는 반드시 독립적으로 사고하는 법을 유지해야 해요. 그 누구에게도 흔들리지 않고요. 설령 그게 본인의 의뢰인이라도요.
There is no reproach in his tone. It is more of a constant reminder. It dawns on you that you have inadvertently been living in fear of the curse, even if you never admitted to it. And Artem seems to be vaguely aware that this reason is largely related to himself.
걱정 말아요. 저를 싫어하는 사람은 많으니까요. 부적 하나 때문에 일이 일어난다면 전 이미 여기에 없었을 거예요.
Mr. Wing, don't joke around like that. You calmed down after that sudden outburst. But I understand what you mean.
다행이네요. 가요. 여기 계속 있어봤자 진전이 없을 것 같네요. 부검 결과가 나오기 전에 다른 방법을 시도해보죠.
Another angle. Autumn hands his phone to you. On his screen is a table filled with detailed information, including telephone numbers and addresses.
나수양 씨 사건이 퍼지고 부적을 받았던 사람들이 피해자 연맹을 만들었어요. 이건 단체 채팅방에서 출연한 일부 회원 리스트고요.
Mr. Wing, are we looking for the mysterious person who called Felicia Luo?
네. 여기에 있을 거란 보장은 없지만 나수양 씨 인맥이 넓은 편은 아니라 일단 이렇게라도 돌파구를 찾아야 해요. 게다가 이 사람들 사이에 모종의 커넥션이 있을 수도 있죠.
You suddenly remember the day of Felicia Luo's arrest. She was telling a man his fortune but refused to do so for the man's child. It seems she isn't telling fortunes indiscriminately, but choosing whom to give talismans to. Why don't we talk to them one by one? Let's...
이 사람부터 시작하죠.
Autumn zooms in on one of the names. Jonathan.
전에 유신우 씨가 화인의 대표로 참석한 파티에서 습격당한 일은 알고 있겠죠. 이 허명준이라는 사람이 그때 습격한 범인이었어요.
Press conference.
귀신이니 뭐니 하더니 역시 사기꾼이었구나.
After a meeting that felt like a battle, Marius sits in an empty conference room looking exhausted. Vincent stands at his side, tablet in hand while reporting the latest findings to him.
옛날에 나수양이 사주로 사기를 치는 바람에 많은 사람과 갈등이 있었고 옛 이웃들이 생생하게 기억하고 있더라고요. 하지만 대부분 사적으로 합의를 봐서 범죄 기록이 남아있진 않았을 겁니다.
합의금을 내고도 사기를 친다고요? 전 봐주는 게 취미래요?
아니요, 작은 도련님. 합의금은 정한성이 몰래 내준 겁니다. 두 사람이 결혼한 뒤 나수양은 점술 사업을 이어가지 않았는데 아마 손을 씻은 것 같습니다.
그럼 최근에 복귀한 건가요?
Marius plays with the fountain pen on the table. He thinks for a moment before looking at Vincent.
딱히 쓸모있는 정보는 아니지만 혹시 모르니까 누나에게 전달해줘요.
직접 보내지 않으셔도 됩니까?
우리 둘 중에 누가 유 본부장이죠?
죄송합니다, 작은 도련님. 저는 도련님이 특별히...
Before Vincent can finish, Maris chuckles.
너무 티나게 하기 싫어서 보내달라고 하는 거예요. 그리고 누나만을 위해서가 아니에요.
전에 습격했던 허명준이라는 사람을 조사하고 싶으신 건가요? 제 기억이 맞다면 나수양이 그의 사주를 봐준 적이 있습니다.
Mary's cool demeanor returns, and he sits down at a long table in the conference room. He looks at the row of empty seats, a deeper meaning hidden in his words as he wears an intriguing expression.
맞아요. 내가 마음이 넓은 사람은 아니라서요. 추궁하지 않는다고 넘어간다는 건 아니에요.
그 점에 관해서 미처 보고하지 못한 일이 있습니다. 허명준이 한 달 전에 노아 심리건강 연구센터에 간 적이 있는데
A notification pops up on Vincent's tablet, which caused him to stop.
응? 왜 그래요?
작은 도련님, 허명준이 사고를 당했습니다.
사고? 경찰이 정신적인 문제가 있어서 바로 감옥에 보내지도 않았는데 무슨 사고를 당했다는 거죠?
방금 허명준이 사망했습니다.
Maris frowns as his pen slips through his fingers and falls to the ground with a crisp sound. Jonathan's neighborhood. It is already dark by the time you leave the remote basement and reach the residential area where Jonathan lives. When you find the corresponding building, you realize that a crowd of people has gathered there, blocking the entrance. What's going on? Confused, you and Artem walk forward and follow their gazes upward. Mr. Wing, there's a person standing on the roof. It looks like...
허명준일까요?
Because of the distance, you and Artem don't assume that it's him. But given that Jonathan has appeared countless times in the news recently, it's hard not to recognize him. It was a pretty good guess.
오지마. 오지마. 날 보내줘. 제발 날 용서해줘.
On the roof of a 5-story residential building, Jonathan shouts loudly, walking backwards while waving his hands. Not far behind him is the edge of the roof, unprotected by any security fences because the building had been built long ago. And he is begging for mercy, yet there is no one in front of him. At first glance, the whole scene looks like a well-rehearsed one-man show, but when it takes place in reality, it is a disturbing sight. This is bad. He might fall off the roof at any time. You and Artem exchange a look and prepare to call the police.
왔다! 경찰이 드디어 왔어요! 빨리 어떻게 좀 해봐요!
Did someone already call the police? Just when you turn to look at the police cars approaching, a woman near you starts screaming at the top of her lungs.
어머! 큰일이야! 다들 비켜요! 빨리요! 맞지 않게 조심해요!
What? Before you can look back, Artem pulls you towards him. Thud! An indescribable sound echoes through the night, perforated by sudden screams. The sudden turn of events leaves your mind blank. But in the space where your mind is blank, even though Artem has blocked your line of sight with his hood, your body still responds instinctively. You can feel every hair on your head tingling, a shiver running down your spine. Mr. Wing, how is he?
보지 마요. 볼 필요 없어요.
But you try to take a step back from Artem's protection. This time, however, Artem doesn't immediately keep his distance. He holds you tightly in his arms.
말했잖아요. 보지 마요.
Artem's sudden outburst leaves you stunned. At this point, a night breeze blows by, the sticky smell of blood growing stronger with every passing second.
이게 무슨 일이야? 이렇게 떨어졌으니 가망 없겠어. 아이고 세상에나.
There is a constant chorus of chatter, with a few racking sounds here and there. For a moment, you feel your head buzzing as you subconsciously grab onto Artem's shirt.
미안해요. 말투가 좀 날카로웠죠.
You don't need to apologize, Mr. Wing. It's my fault. I should have listened to you.
일단 돌아가요. 여긴 경찰에게 맡기죠.
Gradually calming down, you also notice Artem's hand shaking slightly.
제가 이 사건을 너무 쉽게 생각했나 보네요.
Unwillingness, regret, pity. All kinds of complex emotions mixed together, finally into helpless anger. Reason for divorce. Bradbury's life was likely threatened, which is why Bradbury proposed divorce from Felicia Wood so as not to involve his family. Deliberately closed windows. The small window ventilated the room while the candles were burning. Someone deliberately closed it and locked it from the outside after the accident. Neighborhood downstairs. Afterward, Artem drives you home. After witnessing a life disappear tragically, the two of you are silent the whole way home. When you get out of the car, you muster up the courage to ask something. Mr. Wing, Jonathan was alone on the roof, right? Yes, but given his previous attacks, it's highly likely that he has a mental illness. Artem said with a sigh. Don't worry about it and get some rest. Call me if you need anything. Aside from meetings, my phone hasn't been silent since that time. That time. It takes you a moment to remember the reason you feel for the ruse of Artem being locked in his office was that you weren't able to contact him. You are surprised he still remembers. Okay, get some rest, Mr. Wing. Good night. With that, you wave your hand at him. Recently, the air has been humid at night. Staying outside for long makes you feel as if you're covered in dew. After watching the figure disappear into the building, Artem takes out his phone and contacts someone he doesn't often call.
여보세요? 접니다. 늦은 시간에 죄송해요. 말씀대로 하은설 씨 변호를 맡았고 불순한 의도를 품은 사람들로부터 안전하게 법이 허용하는 선에서 공정한 판결을 받을 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 거래하는 걸로 하죠. 저도 부탁드릴 것이 있으니.
Artem leans against the car and loosens his tie warily.
그 경매장의 초대장을 원합니다. 아직 가지고 계신다면 제게 주시죠. 네, 압니다.
After making sure the lights are on inside, he turns to open the car door.
정당한 방법이 아닌 건 압니다. 주의하겠습니다. 제 기억으로는 경매는 내일 저녁부터로 알고 있는데. 네, 오후에 사람 보내서 빨리 보내주시면 늦지 않을 겁니다. 그럼 부탁 좀 드리겠습니다. 아버지.
The next day is a work day. Because of yesterday, Artem personally approved a day off to allow you to adjust your state of mind before returning to work. I know that, but Watching the case unfold with no real progress, the questions just keep piling up. Not doing anything will only overwhelm you with anxiety. As you're getting ready to go to the law firm, your phone suddenly rings. A phone call from the police station. Hello, Captain Morgan. What? You found key evidence? Understood. I'll be right over. Sally City Police Department. By the time you reach the police station, Captain Morgan is flipping through a pile of documents looking more serious than ever. Noticing your arrival, he immediately puts the documents aside and stands up.
오셨네요. 백 변호사님은 같이 안 오셨나요?
Yeah, this is my case. Mr. Wing has his own things to do. Captain Morgan nods and cuts to the chase without any more pleasantries.
오늘 오전 나수양 씨가 갑자기 자기는 사람을 죽이지 않았다고 말을 바꾸면서 결정적인 증거를 제공했어요. 열쇠예요. 전에 살던 집 근처 화단에 묻어두었는데 나수양 씨가 제공한 위치에서 찾아냈어요.
Captain Morgan hands you a picture. In the photo is an old key with obvious signs of wear and tear. It seems Felicia Lowe didn't intend to bury it for long, simply storing it in a cardboard box. Captain Morgan, what does this key open? Could it be...
네, 짐작하셨겠지만 정한성 씨가 살해당한 그 지하실 열쇠입니다. 나수양 씨에 의하면 열쇠에 범인의 지문이 남아있어서 부서에 맡겼으니 곧 결과가 나올 겁니다.
Why would she wait until now to turn over such important evidence? Captain Morgan frowns.
그건 직접 여쭤보시는 게 좋을 것 같네요.
왜냐고요?
Unlike in previous meetings, Felicia Lowe's tone is less sharp and her mood has softened considerably. Just as you first thought when you met her, she looks elegant and dignified.
이 사건 배우의 진범은 보통 사람이 아니에요. 수법도 꽤 특이하죠. 이렇게 하지 않으면 진범을 잡기 어려울 거예요.
By do that, you mean to take the blame first?
네. 처음에 범인을 잡지 못했다면 현재 상황상 사고사로 처리될 게 뻔하니까요. 하지만 그 과정에서 엉뚱한 사람을 체포했다는 것이 밝혀지면 사람들에게 해명을 하기 위해서라도 진범을 찾아야 하죠.
Felicia Lowe's ideas far exceeded your imagination. But now that it's done, you need to consider how to turn the unfavorable situation around instead of judging her for her actions. Regardless, tell me what's going on. Felicia, how did you first come up with the idea to become the scapegoat? Or how can you be sure that Bradley's death was a homicide and not an accident?
변호사님, 지금까지 조사하시면서 의심스러운 구석도 발견하셨죠? 저랑 제 남편 사이에 특별한 갈등은 없었어요. 이혼은 조금 갑작스러웠고 어이없었죠.
Sadness flashes through Felicia Lowe's eyes. Compared with the disgust she showed before, this restrained emotion seems more genuine. Yeah, there was speculation that Brad Reese might have realized he was in danger. He chose to stay away to avoid getting his wife and daughter involved. He even took out personal accident insurance and made you the beneficiary.
보험이요?
Felicia Lowe falls silent for a moment. Her expression seems somewhat surprised, but that quickly fades.
그에 대해 이야기한 건 대부분 사실이에요. 정말 겁쟁이지만. 그런 성격 때문에 누군가를 해치지 못하는 착한 사람이었거든요.
So you knew there was something wrong with the divorce.
처음엔 생각하지 못했어요. 화가 머리끝까지 차올라서. 제게 다른 사람을 사랑하게 됐다고 거짓말했고 전 그대로 믿었죠. 진정하고 다시 생각해보니 조금 이상했어요. 하지만 그땐 이미 증발해버려서 연락조차 되지 않았고요.
When seeing her guilt, you stopped talking and not encouraging her to keep talking.
그 일을 찾으려고 조사까지 해봤어요. 하지만 전 무식하고 똑똑하지도 못해서 어디서부터 시작해야 할지 알 수 없었죠. 어느 날 한 통의 전화를 받기 전까진요.
A phone call? According to testimonies from nurses, Felicia Lowe was seen to be taking the occasional phone call in private. That has to be the phone call she was talking about.
네. 남편이 조사하면 안 되는 걸 조사하는 바람에 일이 났다고 했어요. 상대가 너무 강해서 사건이 은폐되는 일을 막기 위해서 반드시 이를 키워야 한다고 했고요. 저는 원래 점쟁이로 유명했으니 그가 말한 대로 죄를 뒤집어 쓰고 관심을 유도했죠. 그때 갑자기 변호해달라고 협박한 것도 당신들이 기사에 나온 적도 있으니 여론의 시선을 끌 수 있기 때문이었고요.
I see. Even though her motives have been explained, it still leaves many questions that need to be answered. Felicia, who was the person that called you? How can you believe what he said?
저도 누군지 몰라요. 대포폰에 음성 변조기까지 써서 남자인지 여자인지도 모르겠어요. 하지만
Felicia Lowe bites her lips helpless, but it doesn't seem like regret.
그이가 아니었다면 전 아직도 길 잃은 양처럼 남편에게 무슨 일이 있었는지도 몰랐을 거예요.
Do you know why Grace was targeted?
네. 그 전화의 지시에 따라서 남편 컴퓨터에서 미처 지우지 못한 일기를 발견했죠. 암시장 약물에 대한 검색 기록이 많았어요. 폭로할 생각이었거든요.
Black market drug?
네. 전화 속 그 사람이 그건 원래 수많은 불치병을 고칠 수 있는 만병통치약이라고 하더라고요. 하지만 아직 개발 초기라 복용 후 대부분이 심각한 부작용을 겪게 돼서 결국은 죽는데요. 처음엔 조금 의심스러웠죠. 겁이 많은 사람이니 이런 일에 나설 거라고 생각하지 않았거든요.
Then why did you believe the person on the phone call? After a sight, Felicia Lowe shakes her head at you.
어쩔 수 없었어요. 그 느낌은 마치 조금 부적절한 비유겠지만 마치 보이스피싱을 당하는 기분이었어요. 그 사람은 엄청 온화한 말투로 제게 진실을 알아내도록 유도했어요. 제가 누구에게도 도움을 청할 수 없을 때 마치 구세주처럼 나타난 거죠.
Listening to Felicia Lowe's description, you suddenly think of a person. But if that person was really thinking about her, they wouldn't only have to be gentle. It would also be impossible to hide behind Felicia Lowe under the guise of a guidance and make her do things that would implicate herself. The only possibility is that that person was up to something.
게다가 그 사람은 제 딸의 상황에도 관심을 가졌어요. 남편과 결혼하기 전에 사회생활을 꽤나 오래 했었고 다양한 사람들을 만났죠. 하지만 그의 말투는 전혀 빈말이 아니었고 마치 진심인 것만 같았어요. 그래서 저도 어느 순간부터 그의 말을 믿어 의심치 않았고요. 솔직히 지금도 누군지는 알 수 없지만 그 사람 말을 믿고 싶어요.
So, Felicia, you can choose the target of your fortune telling and talisman, right? Did the person on the phone instruct you to do that?
네. 모든 행동은 그가 시켜서 한 거예요.
What were the criteria? Did he ever talk about it? You don't hold out hope, thinking that the mysterious person wouldn't reveal much. Unexpectedly, Felicia wore nuts.
암시장 약물 구매자 리스트였어요. 제 남편이 이전에 조사한 거라고 하더라고요.
But why did he have the list?
그 사람이 본인은 제 남편과 같은 목적을 가진 동료라고 했어요.
Same objective. The excuse sounds rather flimsy, but in Felicia Luo's position, it isn't surprising that she believed it. People who are deceived aren't at fault. The people responsible are the ones who came up with the lie. It's very likely that those people rush to buy the drugs because they themselves are ill. So you purposefully set up shop near the hospital and then approach him?
맞아요. 전화 속 그 사람이 그들에 대해 미리 알려줘서 성공률이 꽤 높았죠.
Felicia, I've seen you tell fortunes before. You prophesied catastrophe for them, but your actual goal was to make them stop taking that drug, right? Felicia Luo averts your gaze as if blaming herself.
네. 처음 남편의 시체를 발견하지 못했을 때부터 그 사람과 계획하고 있었어요.
That early? No wonder Felicia Luo believed the person on the phone and her husband had the same objective.
네. 그때는 정말 순수하게 경고를 해주고 싶었을 뿐이에요. 사실 직설적으로 말하고 싶었는데 제 남편이 너무 티를 내는 바람에 타깃이 됐고 행방불명이 된 거라고 말했어요. 그래서 저도 돌려서 말하는 식으로 그들에게 경고한 거예요. 그러다 어느 순간부터 저주가 되고 점점 더 많은 소문이 났죠. 그래서 남편의 시체가 발견됐을 때 그 사람은 이 소문을 이용해 판을 키운 거예요.
After hearing her story, you are lost in thought. What was the person on the phone thinking? If everything is an act, the acting is too good. I heard from the police that you turned in the basement key as evidence against the real killer. Is that your way out of this?
맞아요. 전화한 사람이 그 지하실 열쇠에 진범의 지문이 묻어 있다고 했어요. 게다가 열쇠가 없더라도 현재 있는 증거물로는 제가 유죄로 인정받기 어려울 거라고 했죠.
So you went ahead and did what the person said?
네. 증거물을 훼손하지 않기 위해 장갑을 꼈기 때문에 제 지문이 검출될 일은 없어요.
And how did he give you this key?
제가 직접 가지러 갔어요.
Felicia Luo takes a deep breath, perhaps dredging up bad memories.
이 열쇠는 지하실 밖 창문 근처 풀숲에서 찾은 거예요.
Wait, Felicia, you visited the basement after something happened to Bright Reese?
네. 구체적인 위치도 그 사람이 전화로 알려줬어요.
Was Bright Reese still in the basement? You should have been able to see him through the window.
네. 맞아요. 있었어요.
Felicia Luo's voice trembles a little. And you take a deep breath, trying to steady your nerves. Did you try using that key to open the door to the basement?
그이가 혼자 외롭게 누워있지 않길 바랬어요. 죽어도 그 지하실에 갇혀있지 않았으면 했죠. 하지만 들어갈 엄두가 나지 않았어요. 사건 현장을 망가뜨릴 것 같았거든요.
Do you remember where Bright Reese collapsed?
공구대 같아 보이는 탁자 옆에요.
Okay. To make sure Felicia Lu doesn't break down, you hold back your other doubts until the end of the interrogation. Brad Reese was found dead under the small window, and he was still wearing the vital signs bracelet, which alerted authorities as soon as his pulse stopped. In that case, Brad Reese should have been alive when Felicia Lu visited the basement. Even if he was in a weakened state, possibly even a coma, at least he was still breathing. There's definitely something wrong with that phone call. Felicia, can you tell me in detail what happened at the crime scene? What else did you do besides picking up the key? The police suspect that someone closed the window deliberately. Was it you?
네, 제가 닫았어요.
Why? She was probably wearing gloves because no fingerprints were left behind. What you find really bizarre is that she had no reason to do all that.
원래는 그냥 전화로 지시받은 대로 부적을 지하실 안에 던지려고만 했어요. 전부터 저는 점을 봐주고 있었으니까 이렇게 하면 경찰이 제일 먼저 제게 올 거라는 걸 알았어요.
The police didn't tell her another detail, that the talisman was found in Bradbury's room. You can't help frowning, but on the other side of the glass, Felicia Lu also seems troubled.
근데 갑자기 무슨 이상한 냄새가 창문에서 나더라고요. 그때 전 점을 보기 시작했지만 아무런 영향도 없었어요. 전화 속 그 사람은 며칠 뒤에 경찰에 신고하라고 했죠. 주변에 가끔 젊은 사람들이 탐험을 하러 와요. 이상한 냄새에 이끌려오지 않도록 창문을 닫았죠.
Did he tell you to wait before notifying the police because he wanted to get as much publicity as possible?
맞아요. 세상엔 매일 수많은 사람들이 죽어가니 이목을 끌 수 없을 테니까요. 이러면 안 되는 거 알지만 진범을 찾기 위해 저주를 이용했어요.
Okay, I got it. It appears whoever made the phone call knew that Francis was not dead at the moment. What is his motive? If it was just to kill Bradbury, he wouldn't have made Felicia Lu do so much. At the end of the interview, you ask the same question again. Felicia, do you still remember Gerard, the person I mentioned before? He didn't have a talisman, but the same symbols appeared on a piece of paper. What's going on? Felicia Lu looks at you without saying a word. Before she can, a few rapid knocks on the door interrupt your conversation. Captain Morgan enters the room with a serious expression, motioning for you to stop the interview.
나수양 씨, 경찰 신문이 있을 예정입니다. 협조해 주시죠.
Wait, Captain Morgan, you've already asked everything you need to know. Why is my client being interrogated again?
감정 결과 그 열쇠에는 어떠한 지문도 나오지 않았습니다. 오랫동안 중요한 증거물을 은닉했기 때문에 현재 유일한 유력 용의자로 재신문을 받을 겁니다.
뭐라고요? 그럴 리가... 그 사람이 전화로는 그렇게 말하지 않았다고요.
Hearing this, Felicia Lu's eyes widen in disbelief. Then she looks to you for help. You are equally surprised by this result, but not entirely surprised when you think about it. Everything you learned in the interview exposed the deception of the person on the phone. Captain Morgan, about the key, my client was tricked by the person on the phone call I mentioned earlier. That person misled her more than once. Bradbury was wearing a vital signs bracelet. Authorities were on the scene as soon as he died, and the police broke down the door to the basement. According to Felicia, she was guided by the person on the phone to drop a talisman through the window. At that time, she smelled a peculiar smell coming from the basement, and the person also claimed that Brad Reese was already dead, which she believed. In reality, Brad Reese was only unconscious at the time, still retaining his vital signs.
그가 살아있었다고요?
Both Felicia Lewis's hands are planted on the counter before her to keep herself from collapsing. It is said that when people encounter unacceptable things, they will go through a complex psychological process where they undoubtedly question and refute said things.
말도 안 돼요. 다 헛소리라고요. 분명 냄새가 났어요. 그건 분명 시체 썩는 냄새였어요. 살아있었을 리가.
He pounced the glass hysterically, searching for any signs of agreement. All words are useless in this moment, and you can only stare at her. Seeing this, Captain Morgan motions for a female officer to take her out of the interrogation room. Captain Morgan, please mind Felicia Lu's mental state. She also mentioned black market drugs. It's highly likely that there's a connection to the deaths of Brad Reese as well as Jonathan, the person who fell to his death yesterday. Hopefully, the police will also investigate the phone call.
알겠습니다. 오늘은 여기까지 하고 이만 들어가시죠.
Before leaving, Captain Morgan looks at you again, then sighs with a smile.
점점 백 변호사님을 닮아가시네요. 오늘 같이 왔다면 좋아하셨겠어요.
Really? You know Captain Morgan could just be making pleasantries. But at this moment, you feel an incredible urge to call Artem and tell him everything you've learned. Until then, I should organize my thoughts. Sitting in the taxi, you look at the name Mr. Wing on your phone, but you don't press the call button. The street lamps outside the window flash by quickly, the dots of light converging into a line. At the same time, your mind gradually becomes clear. The talisman was dropped from the window near where Brad Reese's body was last found. What's strange is that Felicia Lowe saw him collapse by the workbench. If you combine what you know so far with both speculation, Brad Reese didn't know that Felicia Lowe would drop a talisman into the basement. He would have been very surprised to find it after waking up. Crawling over to the talisman was probably the last thing he did. After crawling painstakingly over to the window, he clutches the talisman tightly in his hand.
여보.
Brad Reese knew that the police would be first to arrive at the scene due to the vital signs bracelet. There was no need to hide such important evidence. And he knew better than anyone that Felicia Lowe wasn't the killer. The only thing he could do was... Brad Reese exhausted the last ounce of strength in his body to stuff the talisman into his mouth. He might have guessed what Felicia Lowe was trying to do, or perhaps he had lost the ability to think and found it hard to dwell on it. But he must have realized that the talisman would easily make Felicia Lowe a suspect. Unable to muster up any more strength, the only option is to rely on stomach acid to corrode it beyond recognition. Except his death came earlier than he anticipated. I must share this speculation with Mr. Wing as soon as possible. Just as you're about to pick up your phone to send Artem a message, The taxi makes a sharp turn without warning. Caught, caught off guard, your phone flies out of your hand and slides under the front seat. Hey, what happened? You look out the window. Somewhere along the way, the light from the street lamps had disappeared, replaced by a dark field of grass. Click. You hear the unbuckling of a seat belt. By the time you turn around, the driver has already climbed over from the front and covered your nose and mouth with fabric. Your instinct is to fight back, but the choking sensation is accompanied by a pungent smell as you feel your consciousness gradually fading. Felicia Luo's testimony second. Felicia Luo's second testimony. It describes the reason why she took the blame, the entire process, and related information about the mystery call. Felicia Luo didn't want Bradgrave's case to be pushed aside. She gave a false confession, then used the curse of the talismans to attract public attention and pressure the police to find the culprit. Felicia Luo was on the phone with the mystery man. The man led her to discover why Bradgrave went missing and made her take responsibility as planned. Third, the mystery man's sincere concern for her daughter convinced Felicia Luo to believe in his advice. Fourth, Bradgraves was murdered because he tried to investigate and expose the drugs circulating on the black market. Fifth, the black market drug can cure many incurable diseases, but it is still in the early stages of development. It has many strong side effects that will severely worsen a patient's health. Sixth, the curse of the talismans doesn't exist. Those who receive fortune telling and talismans from Felicia Lowe were all patients that had purchased the black market drug. She obtained the patient list from the mystery man. 7. Under the mystery man's guidance, Felicia Lowe went to the basement scene and found the key to the basement in the cross. The mystery man claimed the culprit's fingerprints were on the key, but after closer examination, no fingerprints were found. 8. The small window was open when Felicia Lowe went into the basement. She closed the window, worried about the odor leaking out. The odor also led her to believe that Bradgraves was already deceased. Reason for taking responsibility. To prevent the case from being labeled as an accident and brushed off, Felicia Luo decided to make it a bigger deal by taking the blame. Phone call to gain trust. The mystery call to Felicia Luo led her to discover why Bradgraves went missing. The caller also showed sincere concern for her daughter's health. Fortune-telling targets. Felicia Luo told fortunes for the people on the black market drug buyers list. Location of the drop key. The key to the basement was dropped in the grass outside the small window. Strange odor in the basement. Felicia Lowe once smelled a strong white odor through the small basement window. She closed the window to avoid unnecessary attention. Hot steam hits your face. In a daze, you fall to the ground coughing violently. But when you finally catch your breath, you find that the stuffiness has not faded at all.
드디어 깼군.
You lift your head with difficulty, following the voice. You seem to be in a sauna room. There is a heater with sauna stones right beside you. A man in a suit, probably a bodyguard, sets down a barrel. It is filled with water which continuously evaporates into hot steam. The temperature continues to climb, and the only fresh air coming into the sauna is through the open door. At the door stand several bodyguards in the same outfit, with one holding a large tablet revealing the person speaking to you. You see a man with a mask hiding his real face. He is leaning back in a chair.
일단 물부터 마셔. 안 그러면 이런 곳에서 얼마 버티지 못할 테니까.
With that said, a bodyguard hands you a glass of water.
왜?
물에 뭘 타기라도 했을까봐?
His tone is mild, but there is something sinister in his voice.
걱정 마. 당신한테 손 안 댈 테니까. 그건 나중에 해도 늦지 않거든.
Why are you? I don't even know you.
그것도 맞긴 하지. 내 원래 타깃은 당신이 아니라 어디 보자. 그래, 나수양이었으니까.
What? Getting up, the man moves closer to the camera, giving a fake sign.
탓하고 싶으면 경찰을 탓하라고. 나수양을 데리고 가는 바람에 어쩔 수 없이 타깃을 바꿨거든. 안 그랬으면 지금쯤 당신은 발 뻗고 자고 있었겠지.
His target was Felicia Luo. That means it had something to do with Bradbury's kiss.
혼자 무슨 생각을 하는 거지?
Seeing your silence, the man stops pretending and speaks impatiently.
이상한 생각하기 전에 빨리 물을게. 지하실에서 뭘 찾았지?
What do you mean?
무슨 뜻인지 알면서 모르는 척하지 마라.
Beads of sweat fall down your forehead and you don't know if it's because you're nervous or because it's stuffy in here. Your clothes are already stained with sweat and sticking to your skin, making your scrambled thoughts even more confusing. The only thing you know for sure is, at this point, you won't get away by pretending you don't know anything. The case is still under investigation. If the police and I found something, we would have closed the case. The man scoffed at your reply.
경찰은 범인을 찾고 있겠지만 내가 알고 싶은 건 살해된 이유야.
From his words, it sounds like someone else did it. As for the reason, Felicia Lowe said Brad Grace was investigating drugs on the black market. You suddenly remember the pharmaceutical report. There's a copy sitting in your house. There's nothing stopping them from breaking in and taking it. Whatever significance that document holds, you must not let them get their hands on it. I don't know. If what you're talking about exists, the killer would have taken it by now.
그렇게 확신한다고? 더 생각해보지 그래.
He waved his hand, motioning for a bodyguard into the sauna to get a closer look at your expression. I'll be seen through if this continues. No, it might have happened already. Panic tingles the hair on your scalp as your limbs go numb. Without a way out, you start wondering what Mr. Wing would do in this situation, what he would say to you.
기억해요. 변호사로서 우리는 반드시 독립적으로 사고하는 법을 유지해야 해요. 그 누구에게도 흔들리지 않고요. 설령 그게 본인의 의뢰인이라도요.
Yeah, I don't have to follow this person's line of thinking, which will only reveal my weakness. The hot steam continues to fill the room, briefly coating the screen with a white mist. You press your chapped lips together, trying to change the subject however you can, and the only way to do that is... How funny.
뭐라고?
Sorry, I forget you can't see this yourself. You pull yourself together, covering your mouth as you let out a quiet chuckle while doing your best to suppress your coughs. Black tablet, white walls. You may not know it, but right now you'd fit right in as the main feature for a funeral.
너...
It seems you hit a sore spot because the man responds by slamming his fist on the table.
교양 없는 계집애 같으니라고. 언제까지 입을 놀릴 수 있나 보자.
At his command, a bodyguard picks up the glass of water and pours it all over the sauna stones. With the temperature still rising, you find it harder to catch your breath despite the door being open. The police will soon find out the truth. You won't get away with this.
웃기는 소리. 여기가 어딘지는 알아? 경찰이 알아내기 전에 네 목숨이 날아갈 텐데. 최근에 그 다른 변호사하고 붙어 다니던데. 이름이 백은우였나? 네가 죽으면 그 인간한테 뒤집어 씌우면 되겠네. 아는 사람이 저지른 범죄. 아주 신빙성 있잖아.
Wait a moment. The man ignores you. After that, he cuts off the communication.
난 일이 있었어, 이만. 저 여자애 잘 지켜봐. 말하면 풀어주고 끝까지 말 안 하면 그냥 처리해버려.
The bodyguard slams the heavy wooden door shut, followed by the sound of another wooden bag being placed on the outside. A digital screen on the wall is monitoring the temperature inside the sauna in real time. Without ventilation, the number has slowly risen to 50 with no signs of stopping. Water. I'd kill for a glass of water right now. Red Chris must have felt the same before his death. It feels like countless tiny blades are lodged in your parched throat. Even breathing causes bursts of stinging pain. The swelling pain in your temples makes you feel dizzier and dizzier. You try to keep your breath steady in the sweltering heat and inspect your surroundings again. The walls are devoid of any cracks you can break through, and the only tool available is an iron clamp used for moving the sauna stone. But the door panel is made of strong, heavy wood. Trying to pry it open would be ambitious. Maybe I should tell them a false location to buy time. No, they are willing to do anything. If I say something random, they might not believe me, and worse yet, they might hurt someone else. Or maybe I should just accept my fate. They don't know that information exists, so it isn't that bad. I can't be a burden to Mr. Wing. At least, I have to leave a message and some clues behind. You pick up the iron clamp. Aside from the wooden handle, it is already as hot as an iron brand. With it, I can leave a mark on my body. Your arm trembles uncontrollably. Exhausted, you sit down on the floor, urging yourself to think about what mark to leave and where. At this moment, the wooden doors open forcefully, banging loudly against the wall next to them.
도련님 조심하세요.
You raise your head in disbelief, the iron clamp in your hand dropping to the ground with a clank. They say you hallucinate when you're near death, but is this really a hallucination? Before you can think it through clearly, you cry out with what little strength you have left. Dr. Richter, call the police! You stop yourself halfway and swallow the unfinished sentence. At that moment, you are certain that what you are seeing is real, because even your subconscious mind would never project such a ridiculous fantasy.
그 정신 나간 인간이 기어이 큰일을 해내는군.
Vin stops at the entrance and looks down at you, his eyes haughty and cold. The bodyguards on either side bow to him respectfully, but he takes his air of indifference to the extreme, not even acknowledging their presence.
아우지르, 너무 더운 곳은 불편하네요.
두 분, 통풍 시스템을 작동해 이곳의 온도를 최대한 빨리 낮춰주세요.
하지만 저희가 받은 명령은
지체 높으신 도련님께서 이 안에 오래 계시다가 몸에 이상이라도 생기면 두 분이 갇히실 수도 있습니다.
The two bodyguards look at each other nervously, then obey. cold breeze slowly blows in from the ceiling. At the same time, Vin walks over to you.
마셔요.
Kneeling down to your level, he places a glass of water in front of you with indifference. What's going on? What is Vin's relationship with them? Is he pretending not to know me? Your body's demand for water overwhelms any thoughts, so you grab the glass of water and gulp it down. You choke a few times because you drank too fast. And Vin calmly observes you, not mocking your distress. Yet you couldn't help but wipe your face in embarrassment.
도련님, 아무리 선심 쓰신다 해도 이건 허사입니다.
선심? 내가 그럴 사람으로 보여요?
Vin sneers with disdain.
나한테까지 불똥튀기 하기 싫어서예요. 남의 구역에서 사람이 죽기라도 하면 처리하기 귀찮으니까요. 아니지. 우리는 관련 없겠네요. 이건 당신들이 한 거니까. 그렇죠? 안타깝네요. 그때 가서 힘들게 남의 증거나 없애주다가 파놓은 땅에 함께 묻힐 수도 있게 될 테니까요.
그럴 리 없어요.
Taking advantage of the bodyguard's panic, Vin motions at the iron clamp on the ground with his eyes. Then he mouths two words at you, threaten me. Should I play along? Similar scenes from various TV dramas flash through your mind. Not needing to rehearse lines, you pick up the iron clamp while you grab Vin's collar at the same time. You hold the sharp edge of the iron clamp close to his throat, its temperature still steaming hot. Don't move, or I'll slit his throat.
그거 당장 내려놔. 쓸데없는 짓 하지 말라고.
You gradually stand up on your fatigued legs to prepare for the next part of the plan. On the surface, it looks like you are holding Vin hostage, but he secretly helps you to your feet and whispers something in your ear.
위층이 비밀 경매장이에요. 들어가는 건 자유지만 나갈 땐 아니죠. 그곳에서 나오려면 뭐라도 구매하거나 남기고 가야 해요.
Ah! Vin sees the moment when you are stunned to grab the top of the iron clamp. The situation is completely beyond your expectations. By the time you react, the weapon used to threaten Vin has been tossed aside. Vin rotates his wrist and there is an obvious burn mark on his palm. Ogier Wechsler, who is still standing by the door, reacts quickly to the situation to subdue you without using too much force.
그래, 감히 내게 이런 짓을 하다니. 아우지를 데려가도록 해요. 그토록 도전을 좋아한다면 재밌는 게임을 같이 하도록 하죠.
Vin's expression is grim and his tone is cold. Seeing the bodyguards move to the stop Ogier, Vin stares at them, his eyes full of anger.
가만히 서서 뭐합니까? 다친 거 안 보여요?
의료팀에 연락하겠습니다.
Amid the chaos, Ogier whisks you away from the sauna. It isn't until you've stepped outside that you realize that the hidden sauna is just one of the many recreational facilities in the underground area where you were held. Ogier Wechsler speaks to you briefly. He says that because the site of the auction changes every time, this place is a temporary building. After the auction ends, the whole place will be demolished. You were lucky enough to escape the sauna, or it might have been the end of the road for you. After telling you all that, Ogier chooses to say nothing when you ask him about Vin. Finally, he hands you a mask and leads you to the auction one floor above. special auction. Mr. Wechsler, what? The room is filled with a variety of people, some wearing masks, others showing their faces openly. A simple disguise does basically nothing to keep one's identity a secret. Stepping on dirty ground will inevitably leave footprints. It serves only as an unspoken rule to warn others that they don't wish to be mentioned in the future.
아가씨, 저분이랑 같이 돌아가셔도 되지만 서두르셔야겠어요.
Ojo Wechsler points you toward a corner, then disappears into the crowd. What? You walk slowly over in disbelief. Accompanied by a few shots, several figures shot in the heart collapse to the ground. If it wasn't just a virtual image displayed on a screen, there would have been blood splattered everywhere.
제가 이겼네요. 이제 경매권은 제 겁니다.
제 실수네요. 마침 제트씨께서 자신 있는 종목을 선택하는 바람에. 이거 참 간만에 온 건데 뭐라도 건지지 못하면 내 몸이라도 바쳐야겠는걸요?
Without saying a word, Artem puts down a gun and happens to meet your gaze. At the same time, the distressed guests are keenly aware of your presence as they look around.
이상하네. 뭐 이렇게 생겼지? 아까 못 본 것 같은데. 설마 다음... 아니야. 이런 게 있다고는 안 했는데.
아직 뭘 몰라서 그래요. 경매 주최 측은 항상 은밀하게 진행하잖아요. 이번에도 분명 뭔가 큰 게 있겠죠. 불가능할 건 없으니까요.
Frowning, Artem interrupts their conversation impatiently.
제가 처리하죠.
이야, 이건 예상 못했는데. 그렇게 안 봤는데 점잖게 생겨서 꽤 교활하군요.
맞습니다. 더한 것도 할 수 있는데 보여드릴까요?
Artem raises his hand, holding the cold muzzle against that person's forehead.
진정하시고.
가짜인데 뭘 그리 무서워하십니까?
Artem scoffs at the person's ridiculous reaction. He twirls the gun nimbly around his finger, then hands the gun over.
방금은 제가 이겼지만 앞으로의 경매에 참여하지 않겠습니다. 양보해드리죠.
With that, he takes big strides over to you, speaking to you in a hurried voice.
따라와요.
Artem takes you away from the crowd and ducks into a hidden room. After quickly washing up in the bathroom, you tell Artem the whole story, including Felicia Luo's confession. Artem lets out a long sigh upon hearing this, and there is a hint of remorse in his averting eyes. Noticing this, you quickly change the subject. By the way, Mr. Wing, why did you decide to participate in this auction?
돌파구를 최대한 빨리 찾고 싶어서요.
Artem looks out of the window at the bustling night scene created with holographic technology. Despite being underground, it exudes an air vitality that is both illusory and contradictory.
여기에서는 그 어떤 것도 가짜가 될 수 있어요. 엄선된 경매품만 빼고요. 주최자가 제공했든 개인이 제공했든 모두 사전에 진위 여부를 검증받아요. 정보도 예외는 아니죠.
Even some of the auction items are privately provided?
네. 규정상 초대장 소유자를 엄격하게 확인하지는 않아요. 초대장을 양도하더라도 특정 그룹 내에서만 할 수 있다는 암묵적인 룰이 있죠. 하지만 경매장의 비밀 보장과 정보만 빼가거나 소란을 일으키려는 사람들을 피하기 위해 이 경매에 참여한 이상 마지막까지 아무것도 얻지 못했다면 가치 있는 것을 공제 개념으로 남기고 가야 해요. 거래의 퀄리티를 높이기 위해 선택적으로 초대장을 돌리는 식이죠. 제 아버지도 그중 한 분이셨고요.
Something valuable. That sounds extremely vague, and it can cover a wide range of things, just like how the items without a price tag are often the most expensive. There's no telling what type of transactions might happen here. So it's not hard to understand why they secretly use the competition as an agreement to eliminate other competitors in advance. It almost proves that despite the risk, the auction is bound to bring corresponding benefits. Does Dr. Risto fall under this rule? If so, it's not in his character to allow others to take advantage of him. He must be after something. Besides, you look at Artem apologetically. Mr. Wing, did I interrupt your bit just now?
괜찮아요. 이미 손에 넣었거든요.
Artem takes out a small black box with an unknown serial code from his pocket and hands it to you. Opening it, you find a tube with drugs inside. This...
아마 나수양 씨가 전에 말했던 암 시장에서 암암리에 유통되고 있다는 약물일 거예요. 정한성 씨 사건이 터진 뒤 암 시장에서 사라져서 이게 아마 얼마 남지 않은 원본 샘플일 거예요.
Did Harper also use the same drug to murder Tyson Turner at the Stanley's Public Hospital?
정확하지는 않아요. 그 약물은 샘플이 남아있지 않아서 비교할 수가 없죠. 하지만 이 약물에서 N2X가 검출된다면 동일한 약물일 가능성이 높아요.
Artem takes out a dark golden card.
경매장의 초대장이에요. 이거랑 약이 든 상자를 갖고 가면 무사히 나갈 수 있을 거예요. N2X에 관련된 거라 돌아가서 곧바로 국정원에 검사를 넘길 거예요. 특별조사팀을 만들었으니 결과도 금방 나올 거고요.
After that, Artem sees that you have not taken the invitation and holds it patiently in front of you. How can he be so calm? You look at the thin invitation but understand the weight of its significance. Mr. Wing, what will you do if you give me this?
방법이 있을 거예요.
And what will that be? After a brief silence, just like how he once taught you, Artem slightly changes the subject.
주최 측은 고객의 생명을 위협하지 않아요. 그저 다음 경매에 올릴 수 있는 가치 있는 무언가를 원할 뿐이죠.
But Mr. Wing, how can you prove you're a guest without an invitation? Artem is taken aback, not expecting you to have found a hole in his logic under these circumstances. But after that, instead of trying to talk you out of it forcefully, he smiles.
참,
His sigh reveals a hint of helplessness, but his eyes are comforting. Yet when it all fades away, all that remains is an indescribable emotion, almost like pity. Keenly aware of this, you realize that there is only one way to persuade him. Mr. Wing, are you feeling sorry for me? Are you feeling sorry for me because of what happened? Is that why you want to give me a free pass out of here? He is stunned, then shakes his head.
아니요. 그런 게 아니에요.
In that case, let's be fair. You take what's rightfully yours and live on your own. Or we'll find a way out together. Artem stares at you in silence. In In a silent stalemate, you can clearly see an intense internal struggle in the way his lips are pressed tightly together. Finally, he drops his arm and takes the invitation back for now.
경매가 곧 끝날 거예요. 방법을 생각할 시간이 얼마 없어요.
Yeah. There has to be a way. You look at the black box in your hand. There is only one invitation and one dot between the two of you. If both of you want to leave, absurd ideas flash through your mind, including the conversation between the two guests after you meet up with Artem.
어? 이상하네. 뭐 이렇게 생겼지? 아까 못 본 것 같은데. 설마 다음... 아니야. 이런 게 있다고는 안 했는데.
아직 뭘 몰라서 그래요. 경매 주최 측은 항상 은밀하게 진행하잖아요. 이번에도 분명 뭔가 큰 게 있겠죠. 불가능할 건 없으니까요.
Even if it's just business speculation, that doesn't stop you from using it as a bluff. Mr. Wing, do you remember what those people said? Perhaps we can put on a performance. Even if it fails, we can shrug it off as a joke and come up with something else. After listening to your plan in detail, Artem lets out a troubled sigh. He nods reluctantly, no other plan coming to mind.
한번 해보기만 해요.
The auction is in full swing. You and Artem deliberately avoid the crowd arriving at the side gate without many people. The security is weaker here. A guard standing alone sees you and Artem and solemnly extends his hand.
나가실 거면 규칙대로 증명을 보여주셔야 합니다.
You take out the dark golden invitation and calmly hand it to the guard.
옆에 계신 신사분도 보여주시고 각자 경매장에서 구매하신 물건도 부탁드립니다.
It's showtime. You clear your throat and tap Artem's chest twice. I'm a rich woman, and this pretty boy is the plaything I want. Capiche?
네? 경매장에서 이런 거래는 들어본 적도...
Sensing his thought, you reuse the words that other guests said earlier. The auction organizers are well connected. Nothing is impossible.
잠시만요. 그렇다 해도 이번에 초대된 귀빈분 같아 보이지 않습니다. 오히려 옆에 계신 분 의상이...
Honestly, you don't get it, do you? You wave your finger confidently while grabbing Arthur's tie with the other hand. I set this up on purpose. I forced a well-dressed man to take off layers of clothing one by one, crushing his self-esteem. Doesn't that make things more interesting? Atom's eye wander, and he turns his head in shame. You're not sure if it is a genuine reaction or a convincing performance.
그만하세요. 말 들을 테니까 빨리 가요.
Just when you thought you got away with it, the guard suddenly stops you, pulling what looks like a small tablet out of his pocket.
거래 코드 좀 부탁드립니다. 어떤 거래든 시스템에 기록되어 있을 겁니다.
Hood. You shudder and remember the string of numbers on the black box before. Regardless, it wouldn't help you in the current situation because everything would be exposed. What now? Should you just give up and shrug it off as a joke? Pushed into the corner, you are considering how to get out of the situation when a familiar figure appears around the corner.
이런 거래는 시스템에 기록되어 있지 않습니다. 저들을 보내주시죠. 걱정되신다면 저희 도련님께서 대신 보증하겠습니다.
Dr. Richter. Ojo Weschler deliberately avoided mentioning any names, eliciting a response from the guard.
도련님이 누구시죠? 그런 사람이 있다고 들은 바 없는데요.
그럼 다른 이름은 분명 아실 겁니다. 저희 도련님은 윤주혁 씨의 조카분이십니다.
Black market drug. A drug circulating on the black market. Rumors say that this drug can cure many incurable diseases. The drug was sold and spread privately through special channels like the black market. After Bragg-Reed's case gained notoriety, it disappeared from the black market overnight. It is rumored that this drug can cure many incurable diseases, making it a hot commodity for patients. However, the drug is still in the early stages of development. Most people will experience strong side effects after taking it, which will endanger their lives. Special auction. At the auction, Vince sits in a quiet corner looking through the lots on stage that are of no interest to him.
아우지르, 제대로 하고 왔나요?
네, 도련님.
Ojo Weschler nods a worried look on his face in contrast to Vince's nonchalance.
도련님, 이렇게 이름을 팔아도 괜찮을까요? 이 사실을 알게 되면 불같이 화를 내실 겁니다. 변호사 아가씨 쪽도 의심을 받을 거고요.
화내라고 해요. 애초에 날 죽이려는 게 아니라 이 기회를 빌려 내가 나타나게 하는 게 목적이니까요. 사람들의 의심을 불러일으키려는 거예요. 그러니 가만히 기다리는 것보다 일찍이 카드를 공개하는 게 낫죠.
변호사 아가씨와 멀어지시면 어떡하시려고요?
Expressionless, Vin tilts his head, his fingers rolling his hair. The fingers tapping at his temple show a trace of anxiety.
이전에 말했었어요. 사람을 볼 땐 그 사람이 하는 말보다 그 사람의 행동을
Vin
보라고요.
picks up the glass on the table in front of him, thoughtfully tracing its shape with his fingers. It is the same glass he used to give her water in the sauna.
그 말은 그녀뿐만 아니라 나 자신을 위로하려고 한 말이기도 하고요. 아우지르, 적어도 그녀가 내게 남긴 믿음은 내가 물속에서 아무것도 하지 않을 거란 걸 보여주기 충분했어요. 그렇게 나쁘지 않았죠.
After the successful escape, Artem immediately drives away with you in his car. The secret auction, hosted in the suburbs, was sealed off. By this point, it is already late at night and there isn't a soul in sight. Outside the window is the boundless night. Finally able to relax, you realize the exhaustion had spread to every inch of your body. But because of all the information, your mind is still extremely agitated. You may be woozy, but you are not drowsy in the slightest. Matthew Richter, Mr. Wing, did you know about Vince's uncle?
윤노아 씨의 사생활에는 관심 없어요.
I wonder if he's the same person who threatened me in the sauna.
무리하게 기억해내려고 하지 마요.
Artem casts a worried look out of the corner of his eyes.
그 일은 나중에 윤노아 씨 본인에게 물어봐요.
You nod, privately leaning through it, believing in Vin. In any case, had it not been for Vin's intervention, you would have been suffocated alive in that sauna, unable to leave any messages behind. Ah,
왜 그래요?
why was such an important problem ignored? Why didn't you think of it before? Mr. Wing, Bragg Grace was locked in the basement for so many days. If his movements weren't restricted, why didn't he ever think to leave a message identifying the killer? Did he not know who the killer was? Or
꽉 잡아요.
with an urgent warning, the car swerved sharply. After briefly losing balance, Artem avoids an oncoming car that just tried to force you two to stop. What's going on? Did the ocean send someone after us?
그럴 수 있어요. 일단 꽉 잡아요.
Looking in the rear view mirror, you spot the car making a turn and preparing to continue pursuit. As you pass a small path overgrown with weeds, Artem suddenly turns the steering wheel, driving straight onto it. Tree branches beat repeatedly against the window so violently that you cannot see the road in front. You hold your breath and try to hold onto the armrest for dear life. Despite the poor visibility, Artem drives calmly, narrowly avoiding a tree stump in the way. After 10 minutes or so, the car veers back onto the even road. I'm
괜찮아요?
fine. Since we took a long detour, we must have lost them, right? Just when you breathe a sigh of relief, small shiny objects on the road not far away immediately catch your attention. Oh no, road spikes! Mr. Wing, watch out! Stepping on the emergency brakes will only cause the car to flip over. Despite trying his best to avoid the spikes, one of the tires is still punctured. The car swerves out of control the moment Artem steps on the brakes, just as the car is about to hit a guardrail. Artem suddenly turns the steering wheel, spinning the car around so the driver's side is in front. In the confusion, you seem to see several motorbikes deftly avoiding the road spikes and zooming past your car. What follows is a violent crash that seems to shake the sky and crack the earth. At that moment, you feel like throwing up, but you lose consciousness before anything happens. As you struggle to open your eyes, you find yourself lying flat in the back seat. There are no obvious injuries except for some soreness in your limbs and neck. You struggle to get up and look around the car. The front windshield has been completely shattered, leaving fragments all over the car. The driver's seat had been deformed in the crash. Mr. Wing, you are relieved to see the driver's seat empty. But your mind goes blank when you look out the window trying to forget the pin. Opening the door, you stagger out of the car. Artem is sitting against the railing, the blood on his body clear under the cold white light of a street lamp. The contrast between his words and his actions is as stark as the blood staining his clothes.
어때요? 어디 다친 데는 없어요? 국정원에서 방금 도착했어요. 구급차도 오는 중이니 너무 걱정
He
말아요.
looks in your direction, his voice anxious and concerned. But in your eyes, Artem, who is awkwardly biting the end of his thigh to stop a wound from bleeding, should be more concerned about his own well-being. Mr. Wing, I should be the one saying that. Let me check for other wounds. But when you approach, he stops you.
오지
Sensing
말아요.
your confusion, he slows down and explains apologetically.
볼 필요 없어요. 속만 안 좋아질 뿐이니까요.
What are you talking about, Mr. Wing? You only got injured because of me. You clearly remember. If he hadn't swerved and let the driver's side take most of the impact, you would have been hurt. Upon hearing the guilt in your voice, Autumn sighs and speaks in a deliberately light-hearted tone.
하지만 이번엔 안쓰럽다고 생각하지 않았어요. 물론 저번도
Mr.
마찬가지고요.
Wing, you still remember?
네. 저도 뒤끝이 좀
You
있거든요.
bow your head in shame, and the words you said before echo in your mind. Mr. Wing, are you feeling sorry for me? Are you feeling sorry for me because of what happened? That's why you want to give me a free pass out of here.
자책할 필요 없어요. 그렇게 한 건 그저 운전자는 저니까 주도권을 갖고 있는 사람으로서 책임져야 한다고
Autumn
생각했어요.
tightens both ends of the tie as he speaks. As he does that, the surface of the cloth is stained with red. However, it seems like the bleeding has stopped.
가진 것이 많을수록 더 큰 힘을 가지게 되고 그에 맞게 더 많은 책임을 져야 해요. 하지만 이 책임이 연민 때문에 생기는 건 아니에요. 저는 늘 당신을 동등한 위치에 두고 생각해서 당신이 미래를 잃지 않고 저처럼 성장할 기회를 얻길 바라는 거예요. 안 그럼 너무 불공평하지 않나요?
At this moment, it finally hits you. The indescribable mixture of emotions was not pity, but rather tenderness. Then, Mr. Wing, are you here today out of some responsibility?
어쩌면요. 하지만 드디어 한 가지를
What?
깨달았어요. 진실은 햇빛 아래서만 드러나는 게 아니라 때로는 그림자 속에 숨겨진 진실이 더 큰 가치를 지닐 수 있다는 거예요.
Now, as if drawing the curtain on this absurd evening, the early light of dawn rises over the horizon. It is said that the darkness is strongest before dawn, when the rising sun repels it. But when the shadows of the night keep emerging, all the sun can do is force them into hiding temporarily, and give you and Artem a brief moment of respite to prepare yourselves for the next time when darkness descends again. For the next few days, you don't contact Vince. By the time NSB arrives at the location of the auction, the guests are long gone. At present, there are only two pieces of good news. Artem's injuries are not serious. He will recover quickly if he dresses the wound regularly. And Felicia Lowe's daughter has moved from the ICU to the general ward. Now it's just a matter of time before she wakes up. Stelli's public hospital is here, right? Since the wound is in a somewhat private location, you can only wait in the hospital corridor for Artem. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you head over to Bridget Gray's patient room. Bridget is still young, with various tubes wrapped around her body. She is so emaciated that her hospital bed looks like it's swallowing her up. Bridget Grace, 10 years old. Felicia Lewis said that her daughter was born sickly. So, as her parents, they wanted a name that would be a symbol of good health. Unfortunately,
변호사님,
Jerome Adams appears out of nowhere. He seems oblivious to your surprise and smiles naturally.
정말 오랜만이네요.
Yes, Mr. Adams, what a coincidence. Are you volunteering at the hospital again? But if I recall correctly, Bridget's mother hired a caregiver to look after her. Why are you here, Mr. Adams? Jerome Adams calmly discards the withered flowers in the vase beside her bed. He is equally open in the face of your undisguised thoughts.
네, 말로는 그렇지만 몸이 건강한 사람들은 대부분 병마와 힘겹게 싸우는 환자들을 공감하지 못해요. 그래서 혹여나 제대로 보살핌을 받지 못할까봐 걱정돼서 가끔 보러 오는 편이에요.
For some reason, you somehow sense an indescribable strangeness in his calm explanation. But that feeling is as fleeting as an illusion. Jerome Adams looks at Bridget Grace with a gentle gaze, carefully placing fresh flowers into the vase one by one. These flowers.
이건 글라디올러스라는 꽃이에요. 꽃말은 장수, 건강, 그리고 영원한 그리움이죠. 금난이라고 불리기도 해요.
Gladiolus Valley Research Center. You subconsciously reach for the document in your bag. Since you discussed the matter with Artem, you are certain that he knows what you will do next with the research report. Mr. Wing, I have a thought.
말해봐요.
The pharmaceutical research is owned by Gladiolus Valley, and it would take other institutions a long time to analyze it. Instead of that, why don't we just show it to a researcher at Gladiolus Valley?
그 견우라는 사람 말하는 건가요?
Yes, it seems the person who kidnapped me was after this information. If it's truly of extraordinary value, it will be impossible for Jerome Adams not to react after seeing it.
네, 이참에 떠보는 것도 나쁘지 않겠네요.
Do you think he's suspicious, Mr. Wing? Artem doesn't answer you directly, but mentions a name that you forgot temporarily.
하은설 씨가 어떤 식으로 지시를 받았는지 기억하나요?
If I recall correctly, a note. Harper once said that he found a note from Oedipus in her bag. That's how he learned about an unknown drug circulating at the hospital, and now it looks like it could be the black market drug.
쪽지를 통한 정보 전달은 유구히 사용되던 방법이죠. SNS 계정만 있어도 할 수 있는 일이고 방법만 잘 사용하면 추적하기도 어렵고요. 하은설 씨의 휴대폰 번호 같은 개인 정보가 없었다면 몰라도 몰래 쪽지를 전하는 게 몰래 정보를 캐는 것보다 쉬웠을 거예요.
That means the person is probably a healthcare worker who frequents the hospital but isn't a colleague. Guiding your thoughts to speculation, Artem doesn't rush it to a conclusion.
하지만 쪽지 자체가 상대에 대한 집착일 가능성도 존재하죠.
True. But if that theory is correct, Jerome Adams is a strong suspect. A researcher of a pharmaceutical company who frequents hospitals as a volunteer is strange thinking about it. Besides, Brad Grace used to be a researcher at Gladiolus Valley. Mr. Adams, might I trouble you with something?
네, 말씀하세요.
You take out a copy of the pharmaceutical document and hand it to Jerome Adams. Can you take a look at this report from Gladiolus Valley? What is the drug that the researcher is focused on?
물론이죠.
Jerome Adams looks over the document. As he turns the pages, his face grows darker as his knuckles tremble slightly.
이 자료 어디서 났어요?
That shouldn't be of any concern to you, right?
네, 중요해요.
You watch Jerome Adams' expression warily. The next moment, he lets out a long sigh. He pinches his earlobes in embarrassment, a stark contrast with his usual.
이건 제가 예전에 금난 계곡에 막 들어갔을 때 만든 연구 보고서예요.
Huh?
다른 기관에 분석을 맡기면 아마 꽤 오랜 시간이 걸리겠죠. 논리라곤 전혀 없는 보고서의 내용을 보고 금난 계곡이 이렇게 쓴 건 분명 깊은 뜻이 있겠지라고 생각하셨겠지만 사실 그냥 명백한 실수일 뿐이에요. 그 당시 저의 이상적인 가설일 뿐이죠.
But why would it appear in that basement? No sooner had the words slip out of your mouth than you feel instant regret. You just gave him information for nothing. But Jerome Adams doesn't seem to care. He continues to flip through the pages until he sees an anomaly.
여기 좀 보세요.
On the back of the documents are blank pages except for one place with messy scribbles. For example, comparing vegetable prices, supermarket discount times, and even rules of price discounts in apps.
누군가가 의미 없는 메모를 한 것 같네요. 만약 이게 당신이 조사한 결과라면 그냥 당신을 속이기 위한 수단이었을 거예요.
Then Jerome Adams hands the report back to you, smiling with embarrassment.
부끄럽네요. 이런 모습을 보이다니.
No, it happens to everyone. Thank you for your help, Mr. Adams. Based on the dates, it appears Brad Grace wrote it after the divorce. If this information is useless and just a cover like Jerome Adams said, what exactly did my kidnapper want? Could it still be hidden in the basement? Just then, a middle-aged woman with a kind face rushes into the patient room. Jerome Adams exchanges a few pleasantries with her before hinting for you to leave.
변호사님, 지온이는 힘겹게 병마와 싸우는 중이니 이만 가주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Leisure Park. Afterward, you and Artem regroup at a park near the hospital. The stitches had been removed from his wounds and everything is healing well. You can't help but sigh after describing what had just happened. I didn't realize that the precious research data was just scratch paper. I would have thrown it away if I'd known earlier. The good news is that the important information didn't fall into the wrong hands. But the bad news is you don't have it either.
괜찮아요. 단서가 끊겼지만 새로운 발견도 있으니까요.
Mr. Wing, what do you mean?
어젯밤에 강혁 씨의 연락을 받았는데 정한성 씨의 부검 결과가 나왔다고 해요.
Why, look, is the NSB also involved?
부검 결과에 금지 성분인 N2X가 발견되었다네요.
So, Brett Grace didn't die of this, but poisoning?
네. 부검 보고서에 따르면 정한성 씨의 사인은 N2X 과다 복용으로 인한 장기 부전이에요. 하지만 전부터 영향을 받은 징후가 있는 걸로 봐서 꽤 오랜 기간 노출됐던 것 같아요.
This information is completely unexpected. Based on the crime scene, it did not look like he was poisoned. Mr. Wing, is it related to the shattered cup?
네. 깨진 조각에 남은 잔여물을 검사해 봤는데 안에 담겨있던 식수와 관련되어 있는 게 확실해요. 그리고 암시장 약물을 국정원 특별조사팀에게 넘겨서 검사한 뒤 식수와 약물을 서로 비교해 봤는데 깨진 조각에서 검출된 약물과 암시장에서 유통되고 있는 약물은 같은 성분이 아니라고 하네요. 암시장 약물은 N2X 함량이 더 높고 치명적이에요. 아마 따로 연구해서 제조한 것 같아요. 컵 속 잔여물은 확실히 약물에 더 가깝지만 질병을 치료하기엔 역부족이고 부작용도 매우 심하죠.
Felicia also mentioned that, but what are the side effects?
지금 알려진 건 약물을 복용하면 장기 부전과 현실 같은 환상을 본다는 거예요. 옥상에서 추락해 사망한 허명준도 그 부작용의 피해자죠.
He must have hallucinated something horrible even though there was no one else on the roof, so much so that at this point the kiss seems to have turned your imagination upside down. Mr. Wing, do we need to check the basement again? What Brett Grease really hide might still be there. If found, it might contain information that points to the real killer. For some reason, the truth is right there in front of you, but you're not happy about it. It feels like you've missed something important. With the toss over, Luke tosses his motorcycle keys on the table. The key slides across the table and strikes a glass bottle in the center of with a crisp sound. Luke frowns, picking up the empty drug bottle.
암시장 약물이랑 성분이 다르다니. 그럼 이건 부작용이 뭐지? 됐다.
With a chuckle, he tosses the drug bottle and the notes signed by Oedipus into the trash. Pharmaceutical research materials, internal information belonging to the Gladiolus Valley Research Center. Theory 1. Jerome Adams is the author of this document. The content is outdated and riddled with mistakes. The other side was used as a draft with all kinds of messy notes written on it. Brad Gray's autopsy report. The autopsy report issued by Judicial Forensic Institute. It confirms that Brad Gray's death was related to an overdose of N2X. Victim Brad Grace, age 37, COD, heart failure caused by an excessive intake of N2X. Other information. Prior to this, Brad Grace's health already exhibited abnormalities such as internal bleeding and organ failure. It's very likely that gradual pathological changes occurred after long-term intake of small amounts of N2X. Cup fragment examination results. The examination results issued by Judicial Forensic Institute. They confirm the presence of N2X residue on the cup fragments. Examination of jet porcelain cup fragment. Examination result. The red solidified substance at the bottom of the cup is candle wax from burnt candles, which matches the candle wax found on the workbench. There is N2X and mineral residue on the interior wall of the cup. It appears that the cup once contained drinking water. Comparison results differs greatly from the drug found on the black market. The N2X residue in the cup is of a higher concentration and is more deadly. Deadly drinking water. The broken porcelain cup once contained drinking water with a high concentration of N2X. Drinking it will lead to organ failure and possible death. The next day, the police investigation concludes on the second visit to this cold, remote basement. The crime scene will remain on lockdown, with only 2 police officers standing guard until a critical development in the case. I didn't expect Brad Grease to be poisoned by the cup of water. To this day, it's still hard for you to accept that result. I wonder what other clues we were missing.
서두르지 않아도 돼요. 경찰이 이곳을 최초로 발견했으니 증거가 훼손되진 않았을 거예요. 저희는 천천히 찾아내기만 하면 돼요.
Yeah, let's get started, Mr. Wing. Previously, Felicia Luo mentioned that she smelled a stench coming from the basement. Paying careful attention to this information, you turn your attention to the 2 iron barrels that had been overlooked. Mr. Wing, what do the words on the barrel mean? It looks like unintelligible characters.
조금 생소한 단어이긴 하지만 제 기억이 맞다면 아마 새로운 난연성 도료일 거예요.
Coating. You look inside. Due to long-term e-exposure, much of the coating has already solidified, giving off a peculiar smell. There are many tools scattered on the basement floor. Many of them have signs of wear and tear, which means Bradgrace probably tried to use them to break through the door. Among the tools, you notice a mousetrap in a corner. There are traces of something in this mousetrap.
일어나요. 제가 한번 볼게요.
Autumn sees your frowns and crouches down to inspect it in your stand.
쥐덫 철사가 이미 풀린 걸 보니 이미 사용된 것 같네요. 하지만 피해 흔적은 아닌 것 같아요.
Later, you and Autumn confirm with the officers on duty what happened when the police first entered the basement. According to them, there was the rotten corpse of a rat on the mousetrap. The rat, deemed unrelated to Bradgrace's death, was disposed of before you and Autumn arrived because the stench was so overwhelming. The stench. Mr. Wing, Felicia Lu said that she smelled a stench from the window. She thought the stench originated from a corpse, and she was misled by the mysterious person on the phone to believe Bradgrace had died.
네, 죽은 쥐의 시체 냄새를 맡았을 가능성이 큰 것 같네요.
This looked like a switchbox. The surrounding areas have already been abandoned, so there shouldn't be any power. It contains a few changes of clothing. A man's closet filled with dust. You look at the candle wax on the workbench once more to confirm that Bradgrace drank the water before his death. There is a circular gap in the center of the wax. Earlier, it was confirmed through the wax on the shattered fragments that the cup was on the workbench. But what's different is that it's uncertain whether the cup contained water. Mr. Wing, something feels strange. According to the candle wax, the cup was left on the table until the candles burned out. If we assume one candle was burned every day, that means 7 days had passed. Why didn't he take a sip from the cup of water after all that time?
정한성 씨가 모든 걸 다 알고 있는 상태에서 물을 마셨다면 말이 되죠.
Exactly.
만약 그렇다면 그 물도 정한성 씨 본인이 남겼을 가능성이 커요.
Huh? Why not the killer?
범인이 손을 쓰고 싶었다면 더욱 깔끔한 방법이 많았을 거예요. 단지 고통받게 하고 싶었다면 아무것도 하지 않아도 목말라 죽었을 거고. 어떤 의도로든 물을 일부러 놓아서 증거로 남길 필요가 없었을 거예요.
Right. So why did Bradgris keep the cup of water? Something feels off about the current's assumptions. Not wanting to miss a single detail, you spot an ornament on the workbench. Is this wooden statue a rhinoceros? You carefully pick it up and it feels a little heavier than you expected. When you shake it, you can hear something inside. Mr. Wing, I think there's something inside.
넣을 수 있다면 빼낼 수도 있을 거예요. 어떻게 꺼내는지 살펴보죠.
There is a distinct gap between the head and the body of the wooden figure. Autumn tries to force it open, but it doesn't budge even after several attempts.
끼었는지 안 열리네요. 그냥 비틀어서 열어도 되지만 혹시 모르니 폭력적인 방법은 사용하지 않는 게 좋겠어요.
You're right. It will do more harm than good if we accidentally break what's inside. This spot has already been checked. I should look elsewhere. Mr. Wing, look here. The rhinoceros figurine is almost entirely made of wood, but there is something peculiar about its horn. Seeing this, Arthur pinches it lightly.
양초인 것 같네요.
A candle. In that case, it seems like the body of the figurine is a candle holder.
네, 흰 양초가 마침 뿔을 대신하고 있어서 꽤 조화로워요.
You suddenly remember the burnt red candles nearby. Red and white, symbolizing the greatest joys and sorrows of life. And it just so happens that there are both red and white candles here. The image of them together creates an indescribable feeling. You tap on the body of the wooden figurine, which is clearly hollow. Something must be hidden in the abdomen. Although it is made of wood, its surface is unexpectedly smooth, almost as though it has been waxed. You flip it over and almost drop it on the ground. Ew. You re-examine the shelves where you found the pharmaceutical files. There are novels from ancient times here, telling stories of the supernatural. I don't know, it seems more like something Felicia Lowe would write than Bradgris. You flip through several of the books. Not expecting to find anything special, you flip to another page. Is this blood? The pages in this book are unusually wrinkled. You flip to a page to find it speckled with dots of blood. Artem sees this and quickly takes the book from your hands.
네, 아마 맞을 거예요.
Why would there be blood in this book? Was it left by Bradgris?
빗자국의 크기가 거의 일정한 걸 보니 책을 펼치면서 남긴 것 같아요. 만약 그게 맞다면 아마 정한성 씨의 피겠죠.
Oh, right, he did hurt his fingers while locked in the basement. He clawed at the door to try to escape. According to the police, all 10 of his fingers were badly mangled when his body was discovered. But why would he look through all these books? Because he missed Felicia? And why this page of all the books. The sentences in the book were obscured by the blood, leaving only a few words legible. It can't be helped. I'll search for the full text on my phone later. After another thorough search of the basement, you immediately take out your phone. Through the few legible words left in the strange novel, you find the full text, which was obscured by blood. When Wen Qiao of West Eastern Jin passed through New Zuji, he heard music from under the river, which looked deep and immeasurable. Numerous monsters were rumored to be living under the water. Wen Qiao quickly lit up a rhinoceros horn and held it to the water. As he expected, he saw many strange monsters coming to put out the fire. Burning a rhinoceros horn. Mr. Wing, this can't be a coincidence, right? You look at the rhinoceros statue again. Its horn is made from white candle wax, and the only purpose of candles is to be burnt.
한두 개라면 단순한 우연이라고 생각할 수 있겠지만 하지만 모든 게 그 하나만을 가리킨다면 누군가가 설계한 필연이라고 봐야죠.
Autumn picks up the rhinoceros statue and holds it close to his nose for a whiff. His frown eases slightly, as though his suspicion has been confirmed. Mr. Wing, did you find something?
아주 희미하지만 조각품에 난연성 도료의 냄새가 남아있어요.
At this moment, you immediately understand the meaning of what Artem just said. The coating, strange novel, and the red candles that had been burned out. All this seems to point to the same outcome, burning the rhinoceros horn. Photo of candle wax left over from 7 burnt candles. There is a round hole in the middle of the candle wax, which confirms that the porcelain cup containing the deadly water was once placed on the workbench for an extended amount of times. It was not moved until the 7 candles burned out and the candle wax completely solidified. Wooden rhinoceros figurine. A wooden rhinoceros sculpture found at the crime scene. Its horn is made of candle wax. A wooden rhinoceros sculpture with a horn made of candle wax and a shiny wax exterior. There is a gap between the head and the body. When shaken, the slight sound of colliding objects can be heard. A secret might be hidden inside it. Novel about the supernatural. A novel about the supernatural found on the bookshelf. Several folk tales with colorful descriptions of supernatural creatures are recorded inside. One of many novels about the supernatural. One of the pages inside a book is particularly crumpled, containing bloodstains. Judging from the size, the stains may have been left when someone touched the page with their fingertips. Source of the stench. The stench in the basement came from a rat caught in the mousetrap. By the time it was found, it had already rotted. You informed the police officers at the crime scene of your plans to burn the rhinoceros horn. Because the basement no longer contains any more evidence related to this murder, soon you receive verbal approval for your bold plan. Then, I like it. With a lighter borrowed from one of the police officers, you aim the tiny flame at the white candle disguised as a horn. A faint flame spreads from the top of the candle, which is the only warm glow in the dark basement. According to previous estimates, it will take about 15 minutes to burn out. Mr. Wing, did we do it right? Artem nods firmly.
정한성 씨는 이 메시지를 저희에게 남긴 게 분명해요. 타오르는 컵불소의 불이 무슨 뜻인지 알아요?
Burning an rhinoceros horn. While the two police officers report to their superiors, you take the opportunity to confirm the meaning again. When Wen Xiao passed through New Yuji, he looked at the lake, its depth unfathomable, and remembered the rumors of water monsters. So he lit up a rhinoceros horn and held it to the water. Sure enough, he saw many strange monsters.
이 이야기 이후로 타오르는 콧불소의 뿔에는 더욱 깊은 의미가 파생되었어요. 분별력을 가지면 어둠 속 죄악이 드러난다는 거예요.
The candle has burned itself out before you know it. Deep in the socket that held the rhinoceros horn is a small mechanism. When gently nudged, the clasp loosens, separating the head from the body of the statue at the joint and revealing what is hidden inside. A USB drive and a small tube of liquid. The color of this liquid looks the same as the black market drug.
네, 돌아가서 바로 검사해 봐야겠네요.
If by some strange coincidence you and Bradgris were both investigating the same thing. No, perhaps this wasn't a coincidence. Every development, every action seems to be writing on the wall. And the answers that you've been looking for should be contained in this USB drive. But there are a few things that need to be confirmed before that. Mr. Wing, from the looks of it, that pharmaceutical report was just a cover. These are the two things that Bradgris really wanted to hide and give it to the police of Felicia Luo. He anticipated that the police might not notice it. Felicia Luo, who would come after hearing of his death, would stumble across these clues and find these things quickly. After all, most of the fortune-telling methods that Felicia Luo mastered were used to deceive people. But because of this, she must have dabbled in the knowledge of supernatural beings, superstitions, and legends in order to convince her clients.
사실 처음부터 정한성 씨가 한 수많은 행동들은 다른 사람에게 증거가 발견되지 않도록 하기 위함이었어요.
Bradgris might have sensed that his life was in danger. To prevent those who wanted to stop his investigation into the black market drugs from stealing important physical evidence after his death, he agreed to be an organ donor to acquire a vital signs bracelet through the organ donation organization. That way, medical personnel or police would inevitably be the first to discover this sealed basement. Even if Felicia Luo discovered it first, the information would eventually be handed over to the police and attract enough
게다가
attention.
그는 장치가 달린 콧불소 나무 조각품에 증거를 숨겨뒀어요. 그를 노리던 사람이 문을 열어주는 척하거나 근처에 있던 목격자로 위장해 이곳에 잠입하는 등 그렇게 큰 조각품을 몰래 들고 가거나 열지는 못했을 거예요. 그런 상황이라면 제약 자료야말로 가장 눈에 띄고 가져가기 쉬우면서 가장 쓸모없는 것이었겠죠.
If that's the case, it would prove that whoever targeted Bradgris never entered this basement. Otherwise, the cover-up pharmaceutical report and the rhinoceros horn containing evidence would have been seized long ago. But it also proves that the cup filled with poisonous water was placed there by Bradgris himself. So does that mean there's no killer? Did Bradgris commit suicide?
아니요. 범인은 존재할 거예요. 직접적인 방법이 아닌 다른 방법을 통해 간접적으로 죽였을 거예요. 자신이 죽어야만 상황이 끝나고 가족들이 안전할 거라고 협박당했을 수도 있죠.
Realizing that his death was near, instead of being passive, at this moment, you are vaguely able to understand Brightgrace. Faced with an inevitable bad situation, he managed to maximize the value of that misfortune. But even so, you still have questions. But Mr. Wing, why did he choose such a long and painful way to end his life? He struggled through a long period of torture. The scratches on the door were proof of that, weren't they?
왜일까요?
Artem walked slowly to a corner of the basement, looking at the mousetrap with a rotting corpse.
나수양 씨가 그를 어떤 사람이라고 표현했는지 기억해요?
I remember she said Brightgrace was timid and cowardly.
그게 이유예요. 손해를 보고도 상대와 싸우지 못할 정도로 겁이 많은 사람은 스스로 목숨을 끊을 수 없어요.
Following Artem's line of sight, you also look to the corner. A rat trap in the basement has only two options: starve to death or risk near certain death by eating food from the trap. Overcome with starvation, after several tentative attempts and much hesitation, no matter how reluctant it is and what path it chooses, it has to accept the end of its life after struggling. So to achieve that goal, Brightgrace made sure to create an environment where he couldn't escape. In the end, he gave himself no choice but to die. Brightgrace had been investigating black market drugs. As a former researcher of Gladiolus Valley, he knew that they contained NXX. Drinking water with a high concentration of NXX would have been the most suspicious way for him to die. But he didn't dare to, so he came out with another way. Once the basement was thoroughly locked with no way to escape, he couldn't back out. His thirst for water and his instinct for survival would not stop him from executing his plan.
부검 보고에 따르면 정한성 씨의 몸은 이미 약물의 영향을 받고 있었어요. 장기 기증 동의서에는 생체 신호 모니터링 팔찌를 받을 수 있는 것 외에 더 중요한 포인트가 있어요. 장기 기증 전 병원에서 각 장기가 이식 기준에 충족하는지에 대한 여부를 정밀 검사해요. 만약 극심한 탈수로 사망했다고 해도 시신이 가장 중요한 증거가 될 수 있을 거예요.
Since Brightgrace was locked in the basement, the key... No wonder the window was open. Though it was impossible for a person to get through the railing, it was easy to throw a key outside. But how could Brightgrace be sure that someone wouldn't just pick up the key? After his death, the basement would become a murder scene. If someone broke in during that time, they would probably leave evidence behind.
아무래도 문을 고의로 따지 않고 열쇠로 들어왔을 테니 조심만 한다면 증거를 남기지 않았을 수도 있어요. 아니면 상대가 정한성 씨가 사망하기 전에 발견했을 가능성도 있고요. 그렇다면 더더욱 경찰의 의심을 사지 않겠죠.
Artem spoke while looking up at the small window.
그렇게 하기엔 리스크가 너무 크죠. 만약 열쇠가 풀숲에 계속 버려져 있지 않고 누군가가 곧 주워갈 거라는 걸 알고 있었다면 모르지만요.
That means someone else knew of his plans?
열쇠에는 어떤 지문도 남아있지 않았어요. 하지만 정한성 씨가 열쇠를 버리기 전 본인의 지문까지 지울 이유는 전혀 없었죠. 나수양 씨에게 열쇠의 위치를 알려준 사람만이 지문을 지웠을 수밖에 없어요.
That phone call again. Hearing this, you can't help but shudder. To this day, no information about the mysterious man has been acquired, but he seems to be everywhere. It seems all our hope lies in this USB drive. Wooden sculpture mechanism. A mechanism was built into the wooden rhinoceros sculpture. The clasp is embedded in the depths of the horn-shaped candle and can't be unlatched easily. A tough choice: to drink the toxic water containing a high concentration of NX or to die of thirst while locked in the basement was the last choice Bradley left himself. NX headquarters. The tube of drugs you submitted quickly comes back with results. It was confirmed that its ingredients are identical to the drugs circulating in the black market. As for the USB drive, you've heard that it contains detailed information about the drug, so detailed that it's as though he researched it himself. Aside from that, the only thing remaining is an audio file.
그럼 재생할게요.
Yeah. After connecting the USB drive to a computer, you hear Bradley's voice for the first time. It begins with a nervous greeting, which he stumbles through. Even without seeing the picture, you can imagine how awkward he was. But as time goes on, he gradually gets used to it, like talking to an old friend. Parts of it are improvised, while he babbles on in other parts. One thing is clear, he was sincere.
저는 제 아내 나수양을 아주 사랑해요. 어릴 때부터 사람들이 전 똑똑하고 성적도 좋으니 미래는 걱정 없을 거라고 했어요. 하지만 아내만이 제가 앞으로 행복하고 무탈할 거라고 말해줬죠. 나중에는 그냥 사주를 봐줄 때 하는 형식적인 말일 뿐 모두 거짓말이었고 자기는 사기꾼이라고 고백했지만 말이에요. 제게 진실을 말해준 후에 전 더 이상 아내가 거짓말쟁이가 아니라고 생각했어요. 우리 딸 지원이도 정말 사랑해요. 아내는 자기가 너무 많은 죄를 지어서 지원이가 병을 안고 태어난 것 같다고 했어요. 전 그런 말을 믿지는 않지만 만일 정말이라면 제가 덕을 쌓아서 부족함을 채우면 돼요. 그럼 지원이도 건강하게 자라주겠죠. 그러기 위해서 열심히 일하고 열심히 살아갈 거예요. 병원에선 환자의 가족들끼리 서로 소통하고 응원해주는데 한 번은 우연히 암시장에 유통되고 있다는 약물에 대해 듣게 되었어요. 온갖 불치병을 치료해줄 수 있다고 하더라고요. 마침 제 전공이라 몇 개 사와서 분석해보았어요. 왠지 익숙해 보이는 성분이었지만 제 추측이 틀리길 바랐죠. 그냥 못 본 척하기로 마음먹었고 제 돈을 훔쳐 약을 사려던 아이에게도 그저 몇 마디 꾸짖기만 했어요. 얼마 후 그 아이의 어머니는 돌아가셨고 그 뒤로 병원에서는 그 아이를 보지 못했어요. 헤이슨이 무너진 건 매우 감명 깊었어요. 점점 더 많은 피해자들이 이를 통해 치유받길 원하고 있다는 걸 알게 되었죠. 하지만 결과는 더욱 참담할 뿐이었고 결국 고민 끝에 제가 나서기로 했어요. 안타깝게도 실패하는 바람에 모든 자료를 빼앗기고 생명의 위협을 받았지만요. 가족들까지 피해를 받지 않도록 아내와 이혼하고 몰래 숨을 수밖에 없었어요. 하지만 얼마 지나지 않아 지온이가 암시장 약물을 복용해 병이 악화되었다는 소식을 들었어요. 지온이가 약을 샀을 리는 없고 아내도 절대 지온이의 병을 갖고 장난칠 리도 없는데 말이에요. 어쩌다 이렇게 되었는지. 제가 못 본 척하는 바람에 결국 제 딸이 벌을 대신 받는 모양입니다. 전 영웅이 되고 싶었어요. 아니, 되고 싶었다기보다 영웅은 무언가를 원해서 영웅이 되는 게 아니에요. 무언가를 원치 않아서 어쩔 수 없이 영웅이 되는 거거든요. 젊은 나이에 죽고 싶은 사람이 어디 있겠어요? 예로부터 그런 사람들은 차고 넘쳤어요. 어쩔 도리가 없는 건 저뿐만이 아니니 불공평하다고 생각하면 안 되겠죠. 용감한 자는 영원히 사라지지 않는다는 말이 있듯이 저도 죽는 게 아니라 그저 살아서 이곳을 떠나는 것뿐이에요. 비록 지금은 전부 이해가 되지만 미래의 저는 두려워하고 후회하고 주저할 거예요. 목적을 달성하고 이 사건을 모두에게 알리기 위해 저는 살인자가 되어 미래의 저를 죽이기로 결심했어요. 어쩌면 내가 나를 탓할지도 모르죠. 하지만 용감한 저도 겁쟁이인 저도 전부 저이기에 감사할 겁니다.
After listening to the recording, you and Artem fall into a long silence. For one thing, it was Bradley's decision. Right or wrong, things turned out the way he had hoped. The black market drug has been removed from circulation. On the other hand, the monologue tells the entire story, but is missing the most critical information. Why didn't he reveal the most important parts? Why do the ingredients look familiar, and who was threatening him? The answers that you were expecting don't come. Your mind is filled with questions that nobody can answer. The voice that was talking in the recording belongs to the past. Brad Reese is no longer around to answer your questions.
누군가와 거래를 한 걸까요?
Deal?
정한성 씨는 바보가 아니에요. 자신이 이런 행동을 하면 상대가 아내와 딸에게 손을 댈 거라는 걸 알았을 거예요. 그럼에도 불구하고 이렇게 했다는 건 그런 걱정은 이미 존재하지 않았다는 거죠.
No longer valid. Suddenly, you remember your conversation with the mysterious man in the sauna.
탓하고 싶으면 경찰을 탓하라고. 나수양을 데리고 가는 바람에 어쩔 수 없이 타깃을 바꿨거든. 안 그랬으면 지금쯤 당신은 발 뻗고 자고 있었겠지.
To this day, you thought the caller was deceiving Felicia Luo. But thinking about it, whether it's Felicia Luo making a fuss or tricking her into being a suspect and getting her arrested by the police, what happened is exactly what Brad Reese wanted, to expose the black market drugs and protect his wife and daughter. But if the bargain is to keep those misdeeds secret, doesn't that go against Brad Reese's original intentions? After all, the very purpose of his sacrifice was to expose those misdeeds.
그 거래는 분명 그렇게 단순하지 않았을 거예요.
Artem nods slightly, his eyes sharp as if he's about to go on the offensive.
자신을 감출 필요도 없을 정도로 상대가 아주 똑똑한 모양이에요.
This matter must be related to Gladiolus Valley Research Center. Despite knowing this, there is nothing either of you can do.
괜찮아요. 그 재판부터 시작해 서서히 상대의 자신감을 무너뜨리면 되니까요. 원하는 대로 하지 못하게 하는 것도 변호사의 일 중 하나잖아요. 경찰 쪽에도 나수양 씨와 정지원의 안전을 보장해달라고 요구해 놓을게요. 그 전까지만 잘 부탁해요.
Yeah, I'll do my best, Mr. Wing. This trial might be more extraordinary than previous ones. No matter how well you perform in court, the final conclusion about Brad Gray's death is that there is no killer. But you've always believed that even if there is no killer in this case, it doesn't mean that Brad Gray has not been wrong. Just because Brad Gray's death changed things for the better doesn't mean his death was worth it.
지금부터 피고인 나수양의 정한성 살인 사건에 대한 재판을 시작하겠습니다. 검찰 측, 사건에 대해 모두 진술해 주세요.
검찰은 피고인 나수양을 기소합니다. 피고인 나수양은 피해자 정한성과 부부관계였습니다. 피해자는 불화로 인해 이혼을 제기했고 이에 나수양은 원한을 품고 남몰래 살인을 결심했습니다. 정한성을 외진 지하실에 가두고 식수에 독을 타 죽음에 이르도록 하였습니다. 사건 현장에서 발견된 부적 역시 피고인이 직접 그린 것으로 확인되었고요. 또한 신문 과정 중 피고인은 여러 차례 정한성에 대한 불만을 토로했고 범죄 사실도 인정했습니다. 이에 검찰은 나수양의 범행 동기가 명확하고 증거가 충분하다고 판단합니다.
피고 측, 이해 있나요?
당연하죠. 전 제 남편을 죽이지 않았어요. 돈 때문에 더더욱 아니고요. 이전에 죄를 인정한 건 그저 판을 키워서 진범을 찾기 위해서였다고요.
Your Honor, I believe that there are major flaws in the prosecution's chain of evidence. Felicia Luo gave the talisman to many people, so that incident is not unique. Besides, the talisman had nothing to do with Brad Gray's death, and that alone cannot be used to convict Felicia Luo.
변호인의 변론을 인정합니다. 원고, 피고인을 피의자로 지목할 수 있는 다른 증거가 있습니까?
정한성 씨는 이혼 전 개인 상해보험에 가입했습니다. 거액의 보험금의 수익자는 다름 아닌 피고인이었습니다. 피고인은 무직에 경제적으로 힘든 상황입니다. 이혼 후 보험금을 손에 넣기 위해 피해자를 살해했을 동기가 충분합니다.
Objection. Felicia Luo had plenty of money to spend, therefore she had no need to take such a desperate risk. The evidence that proves Felicia Luo had money and was not in financial difficulties is according to the divorce settlement, Brad Gray was left with nothing after giving most of his assets to Felicia Luo. The money was more than enough for Felicia Luo to pay for her daughter's medical bill. Considering her daughter's life was still in danger, she didn't need to take such a risk.
있습니다. 딸의 상황이 좋지 않기 때문에 피고인은 끝없는 치료비를 대기 위해 범행을 저질렀던 것입니다. 게다가 조사에 의하면 정한성 씨는 위축된 성격이라 이혼 합의서를 작성할 당시 협박을 받았을 가능성도 무시할 수 없습니다. 원래 부부 사이가 좋지 않았기 때문에 피고인이 정한성 씨를 해칠 동기 역시 충분합니다. 경찰이 첫 신문을 했을 때 피고인이 직접 인정한 내용입니다.
Objection. If Felicia Luo really did this for the money, her voluntary confession is tantamount to nullifying the insurance policy. Furthermore, Felicia Luo was incapable of poisoning Brad Gray. The evidence that proves Felicia Lowe was incapable of poisoning Bragris is the analysis confirmed that Bragris died of organ failure after drinking water that contained the bean substance N2X, which is a compound with a different ratio. Felicia Lowe does not have the relevant expertise, nor could she have come in contact with such substances. Therefore, Felicia Lowe did not put the poison in the water.
그렇다면 변호사님, 피고인은 어떻게 결정적인 증거인 지하실 열쇠를 가지고 있었을까요? 이는 피고인이 정한성 씨를 지하실에 가뒀을 가능성이 충분하다고 볼 수 있습니다.
Objection. Providing evidence doesn't mean she is the owner of that evidence. Besides, Bragris already knew that there was something wrong with the water. The evidence that proves Bragris knew that the water was poisoned. There was a circular outline of the candle wax around the bottom of the cup in the basement. It proves that Bragris didn't pick up the cup of water until the candles burned out. When he was near his physical limit, he drank the water in one go and died of poisoning. Generally speaking, someone trapped would be desperate for any source of water, which makes it hard to hold out for that long. Unless Bragris knew that there was something wrong with the water.
있습니다. 이건 그저 변호인 측의 주관적인 판단으로 구체적인 초의 연소 시간을 증명할 수 있는 증거는 어디에도 없습니다. 정한성 씨가 물에 문제가 있다는 것을 알았더라도 피고인의 혐의가 없어지는 건 아닙니다. 정한성 씨가 독을 타는 장면을 직접 목격했거나 독이 있다는 것을 이미 알고 있었을 가능성도 있습니다.
Objection. Bragris' movements were not restrained. If he was, like the prosecution speculates, he could have dumped the cup of water. Bragris did not do so because no one else poisoned the water. He did it himself. So, we believe that there is no killer in this case. It was a suicide. Felicia Lowe stares at you in disbelief, her eyes bulging wide.
자살? 그럴 리가. 제 남편은 자살할 이유가 없어요. 이건 분명 잘못됐어.
변호인, 자살 사건이라고 이의를 제기했는데 이에 대한 증거를 제시하길 바랍니다.
The evidence that proves Bragris committed suicide is according to Bragris' confession, he tried to inform the authorities of the dangerous black market drugs. However, not only were his attempts thwarted in various ways, but Bragris also received death threats. To keep his family safe, he chose to go into hiding. He chose to be locked up in that basement with the information he gathered to ensure it gets out to the public. In the end, he chose to kill himself so more people could be saved from the drug. That is Bragris' motive for committing suicide.
변호사님, 지금 농담하시는 거죠? 제 남편이 그 성격에 그런 일을 했을 리가. 뭔가 잘못된 거 아닌가요?
Felicia, I understand that in your own way, you wanted to help the patients who were suffering from drug abuse. Bragris did the same thing as you.
아니야, 오해일 거야. 아니면 그 사람이 사기를 당해서 충동적으로 그런 게 분명해. 그 사람 성격상 이런 사건에 휘말릴 리가 없다고요.
But Brett Grace didn't do it in the heat of the moment. On the contrary, it was the result of his careful consideration. It was the cup of water that ultimately killed Brett Grace. But even before that, Brett Grace was showing signs of long-term effects from drugs. The evidence that proves Brett Grace's body showed signs of long-term side effects from drugs is Brett Grace agreed to be an organ donor before his death. This agreement comes with a vital signs bracelet, which allows hospitals and the police to be the first responders on the scene. At the same time, a detailed examination of the deceased body is required before organ donation. So even if Brett Grace didn't end up drinking the cup of water, he would be able to expose the dangers of black market drugs to the world through his own corpse. It also means that Brett Grace had been working on this plan for quite some time. He could have quite quit at any time, but the thought never crossed his mind.
당신이 뭘 알아요? 남편은 여리고 겁도 많아서 밖에서 큰 소리 내는 것조차 못했다고요. 그럴 용기는 없었을 거예요. 분명 범인이 있어요. 분명 누군가가 그를 죽였다고요.
본 법정은 피고인에 대한 검찰의 기소가 증거 불충분으로 성립되지 않는다고 판단한다. 피고인 나수향에게 무죄를 선고합니다.
Despite the verdict being a complete victory, the defendant Felicia Luo looks as pale as death. Sometimes the truth is not necessarily refreshing. It might even be crueler than a lie. But no matter what, the truth is the truth. Felicia, it was because Brett was a timid man that he had to come up with the beastman that would claim his life. Just like what you said before. It was that cowardice that prevented him from hurting anyone, which made him a kind man. After everything Brett has done, I believe he may have been timid, but he wasn't a coward, right?
맞아요.
재판을 배정합니다.
Because of Brett Grace's death, Felicia Luo will have to undergo psychotherapy for a long time after her release. Although the result is irreversible, at least she still has the opportunity to make a decision. Will she spend a lifetime stuck in her past memories? Or will she move on and start a new life? This is her life and she is free to make that choice. Taking this into consideration, you don't rush to ask Felicia Luo about the talisman. Instead, you and Artem decide to appreciate who has just woken up. Her doctor said she is making a miraculous recovery. Just like in Brett Grace's prayers, she appears to be one of the few patients who can take the black market drug without suffering from any side effects. Bridget Grace Ward. Bridget? The girl stops rowing and looks up at you in confusion. Hi there, my name is Sharara. I'm a friend of your mother. How are you feeling? Do you feel any discomfort? The girl smiles and shakes her head. Good. What are you drawing? Why is she only smiling at me? Why doesn't she say anything? At this moment, Arthur walks into the room. Sensing your doubts, he looks at the girl in the hospital bed and explains to you.
방금 주치 얘기 들었는데 지온이는 어릴 적부터 실어증을 앓고 있는 모양이에요. 나수양 씨와 정한성 씨가 이혼하기 전까지만 해도 간단한 단어 정도는 구사할 수 있었다고 해요. 하지만 그 뒤로 심리적인 문제 때문에 말을 한 적이 없다고 하네요. 그래도 전에 심리 치료를 받은 적도 있고 해서 앞으로도 치료는 계속할 모양이에요.
Meeting the girl's innocent eyes, Arthur smiled tenderly at her.
걱정 마. 좋아질 거야.
Yeah, he's right. Don't worry, you'll be fine. The girl nods and begins to scribble with a crayon on a pad. Then she holds the pad up to you and Arthur. The lines on the pad seems to be random and looks like words, but there is no way to decipher their meaning. Artem seems to think of something, pressing his lips together for a moment. Mr. Wing, what is it?
제 기억이 맞다면 실어증 환자 중 거울상 실서증을 보이는 경우가 있어요.
Mirror writing. You speak as you take a picture of the lines, which are then converted. Soon, the cluttered lines that look like graffiti transform into a few familiar and simple words that read, "Thank you." Oh, Mr. Wing. You and Artem exchange a glance. Without saying much, he nods and pulls up a photo of a talisman on his phone. After a conversation, the lines that once seemed meaningless suddenly becomes clear.
무병장수.
Contrary to what you expected, there are no secrets hidden in the talisman. It is simply a blessing, just like the couplets and decorations that can be seen during Spring Festival. Did Felicia Luo copy her daughter's handwriting? If so, then the reason why Gerard received an identical piece of paper is... Thinking of this, your heartbeat quickens, and you can almost hear the blood rushing in your ears. You crouch down in front of the girl, trying to suppress your urgency. Bridget, do you know Gerard? The girl tilts her head in confusion, then nods several times. Then, do you know where he went? This time, the girl doesn't nod her head. Instead, she writes a few words with her pen. A good place. Can you tell me where that is? I don't know. She smiles, raising her plump finger and putting it to her lips to make a silent gesture. Before you can ask again, a familiar voice sends a chill down your spine.
우리 또 만났네요. 옆에 계신 분은 백은우 변호사님이시죠? 말씀 많이 들었습니다.
Artem looks coldly at him.
반갑습니다.
When the girl sees Jerome Adams, she immediately starts scribbling on her pad. After she passes the pad to Jerome Adams, he is able to decipher its meaning without using any tools. The lines form a sentence longer than the previous ones. After I get better, will mommy and daddy get back together and come back?
그건 말이야.
Jerome Adams offers his palm tenderly to the girl and helps her off the hospital bed. He deftly avoids the question while coaxing her.
아빠는 여행을 끝내고 종착역에서 쉬고 계셔. 근데 아저씨는 지온이가 아빠를 급하게 찾으려고 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 천천히 가다 보면 언젠가는 만날 수 있을 테니까. 그 전에 먼저 산책하러 나갈까? 지온이 친구가 공원에서 기다리고 있는데.
Jerome Adams can't help looking at the happy girl, then turns to greet you and Artem.
그럼 먼저 가보겠습니다.
Jerome Adams' tone is easygoing and his movement seems natural, but because of that, watching him leave, your mind goes back to what Julian once said.
우태양이 다가가니까 그 사람이 친근하게 손을 잡아주는 게 보였어요. 전 어렸을 때부터 지금까지 엄마가 손을 잡아준 적도 없거든요. 그래서 나쁜 일은 없을 거라 생각했어요.
Remote villa. A strong night wind rustles the trees outside the window. Vin sits comfortably on the couch, despite it not being his home, and flips through a long list of names. He pauses, his eyes landing on a familiar name.
우태양이라. 내 기억에 정지훈이 언급했던 친구 중 하나였던 것 같은데.
Vin seems to have figured something out. He sighs as he casually tosses the document aside.
도련님, 경매장에서 어렵게 구한 물건인데 벌써 쓸모 없어지신 건가요?
나중에 다시 얘기하죠. 어차피 목적은 달성했으니까요.
도련님의 목적은 그 여자아이가 복용한 암시장 약물의 책임자를 찾아내시려는 거 아닌가요?
Ogier tries not to sound surprised, but is not particularly convincing. Fortunately, Vin doesn't care. He touches the table with his fingers and answers naturally.
맞아요. 그 아이와 허명준 모두 내 환자이니 신경 쓰는 게 당연하죠. 아우지르, 이미 알고 있겠지만 난 상대가 정말 멍청하지 않은 이상 보호적이에요.
전에 경찰서까지 간 학생 말씀이십니까?
난 그런 제자 둔 적 없어요.
In the middle of the conversation, there is the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Vin frowns and complains.
둔하고 육중한 발소리.
The next moment, the man he just criticized strides into the room, snorting with disdain.
뻔뻔하기도 해라. 여기가 너네 집이야?
제 취향 꽤 괜찮죠, 윤주 역시.
어디 위아래도 없이. 나 그래도 네 삼촌이야.
그런가요? 전 아직 따질 게 많은데요.
Matthew Richter is so angry that he takes in a sharp breath, glaring at the young master in front of him.
그건 내가 알 말 아니겠니? 사랑스런 조카야. 정말 윤다나랑 판박이네. 나랑 싸우는 걸 좋아하는 걸 보면 말이야.
당신도 마찬가지인걸요. 판을 그렇게 벌인 건 제가 의심받길 원해서 아니었나요? 아니었다면 장소를 그곳으로 선택하진 않았겠죠. 경매장이든 사우나실이든 제가 안 갈 수 없는 곳이었으니까.
Matthew Richter sneers coldly.
어른 앞에서 무례하게 행동하면 벌을 받아야지. 네 목숨으로 협박하면 윤다나가 얼마나 주려나?
꿈도 크시네요.
그게 다야? 아까처럼 계속 말해보지 그래. 설마 겁이라도 먹은 거야?
제가 기분이 좋으면 말이 없는 편이긴 해요.
Even with a cold muzzle pressed against his temple, Vin tilts his head casually. He motions with eyes for Ogier not to act rashly, then smiles at Matthew Richter.
날 갖고 협박하려는 걸 보니 적어도 한패는 아니라는 건가. 이 멍청한 일과는 관련이 없다는 거네.
Vice President's office.
그렇구나.
Maris flips through the report in his hands. A meaningful smile appears on his face as he puts the report into the shredder page by page.
금남계곡 연구센터 배후의 최대 투자자가 윤씨 집안이었다니. 아무리 돈이 많아도 이렇게 쓰면 되나? 우리 화인 제약을 뭐로 보고?
After receiving the news, you and Artem hurry over to NXX headquarters. Concerned that the USB drive may contain other information that was missed, Luke personally analyzed it afterwards. In the end, a deleted video file was recovered. After projecting it onto the screen, you realize it's the same familiar basement again. A man stands in the center of the picture, probably Brad Grease. Brad Grease spends the first half of the video trying to regulate his emotions, staring awkwardly at the screen, his face red with nervousness.
역시 안 되겠어.
Brad Grease sighs and says he wants to turn off the video recorder. At this moment, a rat darts in front of him, causing him to retreat backward.
왜 쥐가 있는 거야? 쥐도까지 놓았는데.
Seeing this, your eyes widen in disbelief. While Brad Grease was complaining, he subconsciously looks away from the camera with the intention of asking for help. Then, the video records the sound of the rat's shrieks. It almost sounded like the rat was stomped on, but soon the sounds of the struggle grow fainter. After the cries go silent, the video cuts out. Audio recording of Brad Grease's confession. An audio recording saved on a USB flash drive. It was intentionally hidden in the rhinoceros carving by Brad Grease. In the audio recording, Brad Grease described what happened. First, Brad Grease found the ingredients for the drug circulating in the black market to be extremely familiar. However, he didn't want to believe it and merely scolded the boy who tried to steal money for the drug. Second, after the fall of Hassan, there were more and more victims of the drug. He decided to report it, but all of his materials were intercepted and he even received threats. Third, Brad Grease was about to give up and hide away from his family, but his daughter ended up taking the drug. It was at that moment that he decided to sacrifice himself and be a hero. Dobbs. Brad Grease didn't explain why he found the ingredients for the black market drug to be familiar, nor did he disclose who threatened him. A former Gladiolus Valley scientist involved parties Felicia Luo, handled by Shurara. The SCPD received a report that missing person Brad Grease was found dead in a robot basement after divorcing his ex-wife Felicia Luo. After a preliminary investigation, threatening text messages found on Brad Grease's mobile phone and a talisman in his room were discovered to have originated from his ex-wife Felicia Luo. After Felicia was identified as a suspect by the police, she confessed that she was unhappy with Brad Grease's emotional betrayal, then used the talisman to curse and kill him. However, further investigation showed that Felicia Luo's daughter is in critical condition due to a recent deterioration in her health. Therefore, in addition to her concealed motive, Felicia supposedly left her daughter to fend for herself and retaliated against Brad Grease, which is highly unreasonable. According to documents left at the crime scene, Brad Grease not only signed an organ donor agreement but also purchased personal accident insurance for Felicia Luo. It is likely that Brad Grease had anticipated the danger he was in long ago. After the divorce, Mr. Grease put all of their real estate properties in Felicia Luo's name and paid her a huge settlement. This shows that the culprit is likely someone else. The doors and windows at the crime scene were closed tightly, not allowing for ventilation, but there were still traces of several burnt candles. Considering that a small basement window was locked from the outside, it is likely that someone deliberately closed it at a later time. In the middle of the investigation and under growing public scrutiny, Felicia Luo suddenly retracted her confession, claiming that she didn't kill Brad Grease. Felicia provided that the key to the basement as evidence, but there were no fingerprints belonging to the real murderer on it, making her look even more suspicious. During her second interview with police, Felicia Lu explained that she was worried the case could be classified as an accident and ignored. She first used the talisman's curse to attract public attention, then steered the investigation toward the possibility of a homicide. According to reports, those who received talismans wound up dead or injured because they themselves were victims of black market drugs. It was precisely because Bragg was investigating these illegal drugs with extremely strong side effects that they encountered misfortune. Felicia Lu's plans were all carried out with the guidance of a mystery person. However, the mystery person not only lied that there were fingerprints on the key, but even tricked Felicia into thinking that Bragg was already dead when she rushed into the basement. Furthermore, Felicia Lu's description of Bragg's position on the ground is different from his actual position. It is speculated that the reason the talisman was found in Bragg's truth is because he hoped to mend his relationship with Felicia Lu in the last moments of his life. According to the autopsy report issued by the police, the cause of Bragg's death was organ failure caused by a one-time overdose of anthrax. The same substance was detected in a broken cup in the basement. The cup had been placed on the tool table for an extended time, leaving an impression in the shape of the bottom of the cup in the candle wax. A recording found in the rhinoceros carving confirmed the reason why Bragg's did not leave behind any clues pointing to the real murderer during his death was because he was well aware of the dangers of the cup of water. If he did not want to die of thirst, he could only drink the cup of poisoned water. To expose the truth about a black market drug, Bragg planned his suicide, forcing himself into a dilemma and preserving evidence sealed in the airtight basement with his corpse. The vital signs monitoring bracelet issued by the organ donor management agency would be notified and immediately rush to Bragg's location, ensuring that the key evidence would be handled by the police instead of falling into the hands of criminals. It can be determined that there was no murderer in this case, but there are still some doubts concerning the recording left by Bragg. Although he stated his motive and provided data to expose the harmful ingredients in the black market drug, he didn't say who was the mastermind behind the development of this drug and the threats to his life. Okay, it looks like this is more complicated than we thought. Libra, it's possible that the dead rat in the basement didn't accidentally run into the mouse trap. From the deleted video, we can tell there was another person around while Bragg was recording. Raven, there may be some information hidden in Bragg's USB flash drive. I'll take a second look. King, or maybe he has already deleted it himself. Speaking of which, why is the guy who made that phone call still hiding? He has a nerve to order other people around, but he doesn't have the guts to show himself. Adjudicator, no secret can be taken to the grave. If it's there, we'll dig it up. Libra, the verdict of the court is a just result. It doesn't mean everything is over. Raven, this isn't over yet. If it weren't for those people behind the scenes, Brett Grace wouldn't have to go this far. Brett Grace, male, 37, pharmaceutical scientist. Burgess was work at the Gladiolus Research Center as a pharmaceutical researcher. The downfall of Hassan had caused many victims to grasp at straws, seeking out life-saving medicine. Upon discovering the ingredients of the drug circulating in the black market were familiar to him and have strong side effects on the human body, Burgess tried to report it but was intercepted every time. Seeing as Bragg was cowardly and afraid of causing trouble, he considered giving up until his daughter was unintentionally affected by the drug and her condition worsened. King, that's great news, Libra. Just as Bragg hoped, his daughter is safe and her condition is gradually improving. Raven, a sacrifice out of helplessness doesn't deserve a praise. Libra, judging from what we know so far, the reason Bragg didn't tell the complete truth must be because he made a deal with someone. This will likely be the key to one of our future investigations. King, he really was brave, taking his future regrets into consideration as he planned. I'm impressed. Felicia Luo, female, 35, fortune teller, Brett Grace's wife. She has a daughter with Brett Grace named Bridget Grace. Felicia Luo is not well educated. When she was young, she used fortune telling to commit fraud until she met Brett Grace. She had felt guilty ever since and believed that the mistakes she made in her early years caused her daughter to be born sick. She had been searching for Brett Grace after Brett Grace proposed divorce and went missing. Felicia has a straightforward and calm personality. Under the intentional guidance of the mystery call, she didn't hesitate to take the blame for the crime in order to find the culprit that murdered Brad Grace. Raven, I don't believe in that kind of cute stuff, but if I knew that the talisman would be helpful in the future, I wouldn't have thrown it in the park trash. Ben, Libra and the talismans that were rumored to be cursed actually had blessings written on them. King, rather than saying they can change, maybe it's better to say that with the right opportunity, they can show their hidden characteristics. Libra, Felicia will receive continuous psychotherapy in the future. She understands Brad Grace, but she seems to forget that people can change. King, the most irritating thing about unconventional phone scams is that you don't know what they're after, especially if money isn't even on their radar.